AWC's already started, bro. For EU. Guys, what's going on? Guys, today's a massive day. Today's a massive day. Huge day today. Huge day today. AWC Cup 1. And we got a bunch of changes listed for midnight. We actually got to see a bunch of shit. Hey, Mike, what up? What up? Guys, what's going on? Hello. Swamp Lord Dean. Dad, Bozy, what up? Mags, what up? What up, Mike? Hello. Let's see. So Lauren linked me all the changes. Dude, they have so much. Like, it's actually just insane. Should we read it? I haven't looked at anything yet, no. I've only heard some stuff. I haven't looked at anything.
Makes me feel good. Bussin' makes me feel good.
Yo, Swamp Lord, thank you for the resub, dude. Eating some string cheese? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, so. Here we go. So here's Wowhead. Okay, so this is for the notes for the alpha, or for midnight. The max level is going to be 83. Guys, is it a wrap already for this expansion? Is it a wrap for this expansion? Or is this only for the beta? What's up with level 83, bro? What's up with that? This is definitely the beta, right? Of course it's the beta. We're trolling. Let's see. So, I want to see all the PvP stuff. Okay, stat squish. Public alpha 1. So yeah, we already saw this. They're going to squish the item level and stuff. Cool. Diminishing returns. This was a massive one. So we already saw this. We saw this online. I think I saw this on Twitter when I was driving home. When I went to the store, I got linked a tweet, and I saw this one. So this is exactly what we talked about, man. I think just to get right into it, dude, when we talk about WoW and what the problems are with the game and how they're going to fix it and make people actually want to play PvP again and play WoW in general, because WoW has been bleeding out for a while, let's be honest. They need to make massive changes. Like, they need to do a complete overhaul to the game. And I mean, here's one of them. So we're making some adjustments to how diminishing returns work in World of Warcraft. Diminishing returns refer to the system that reduces the duration of crowd control effects if they are used repeatedly against the same target. In order to make crowd control less frustrating in PvP, players will not become immune after 2 applications of crowd control from the same category. We felt that very low duration crowd controls were making it hard to cast spells and generally felt excessive. For PvE, we are removing the immunity after 3 stuns. Our primary goal here is to remove the need to track diminishing returns state on enemies instead of enforcing a hidden and complex system to reduce effectiveness of stuns. We are doing a pass on classes and making sure the amount of stuns and their durations are appropriate for combat. Okay, so diminishing return categories will reset after 16 seconds. So the DR is going to go to 16 instead of 18. But DRs are going to be only 2 spells instead of 3. Creatures will no longer be immune to stun effects after 3 applications. Okay. The duration of the stun effect will continue to diminish in half upon each application until they reach 1/16. Oh wow! So even for PvE, they reduced the This is what Lauren told me. So they reduced the DR to 1/16. So you go half into quarter into eighth into 16. So now you have 4 DRs. And you can still spam DR it. You can still spam the CC for 1/16th duration. And then after 16 seconds, it'll pass to a new DR. Damn. That's interesting for PvE. Sounds kind of nice, honestly. So yeah, here it is. Diminishing return categories reset, so 16 seconds, and then you only have 2 DRs. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like that's crazy, right? Like, think about... I feel like this is good for the overall game, and you're still going to be able to CC chain people. Because if you think about it, if you're playing like... I mean, let's just use Rogue Mage as the standard example, right? If you're playing Rogue Mage, if you stun somebody into 2 sheeps, and then a clone or a fear... They're off stun DR when they get out of the fear/clone. So you can quite literally spam CC somebody back to back to back DRs. If you're insane. Like, if you're actually just insane, like Waz level, you know? You're like Echo and EU, you can straight up CC people back to back DRs without them being able to do anything. However, you can't spam triple DR people and just cheese them, which, I mean, I kind of like that. I don't know. I kind of like this change a lot. I mean, what does that mean for silences and stuff, though? Like silences, knocks, like disarms and stuff. What does that mean for that? I mean, this is a massive change. Like, changing DRs at this stage of WoW is insane. Holy shit! All right. Global interrupt increased. Okay, so this is all PvE. I can link the changes. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so this is all PvE. They're focusing on mobility a lot too. Hopefully. I mean, they just need to do an overhaul for the game, dude. I can link it in YouTube, yeah, of course. I got you, bro. You're not forgotten, I swear, you're not forgotten. Damn, so global interrupt duration, this is for PvE. So Lauren told me this as well. So Lauren told me a little bit. I know a little bit of stuff, but I haven't actually read the notes. So I guess we'll learn. No pun intended. So none of this affects PvP. So it's only PvE interrupts increase, which that's fine. Oh, silence is here. Okay. Okay, so silence is going to be 4 seconds instead of 3. So you actually have a longer silence duration. Death Bob, what up? Okay. Okay. Wait, they actually buffed interrupts. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Not PvP. I was going to say some of them did, but so only silence got changed. So silence is 4 seconds in PvP. So the only CC that actually got changed interrupt-wise is Priest. Priest is 4 seconds. But I think they're nerfed. It's already longer right now, right? Okay. Here we go. Class changes. Dish Strike heal reduced to 20% of all damage taken in the last 5 seconds was 25. Okay. Yeah, I heard horror got taken and swapped too, right? D&D damage increase. Okay. New talents. Okay. Oh, sacrificial pack got removed, so they removed the DK heal too. Okay. Surprised to see Echo dominating as... They're playing Destro Feral, are they? Have they showed a game yet? Dude, buff Mistweaver. Bank is playing Dev BM. Did they show an Echo game yet? Oh, here we go. Echo. I mean, that's not really surprising, honestly. I feel like right now... So I would say the way this expansion has been, Feral and Rogue have been the best melee. And the meta has literally just been melee caster healer, with Feral and Rogue being the main melee. That's just been the meta for this expansion. Either Rogue or Feral combined with an OP caster, and that's just been the meta. So it's not really surprising, honestly. I feel like Destro is really insane right now, which I was talking about a little bit yesterday. I actually think Destro Lock is really good. I just think it's hard to tell because of only shuffle. Like, you can't really tell in shuffle because of, like, you know, bad lobbies and stuff. But I think Destro is insane. I think Destro is insane. I will say, though, that I'm not surprised to see a Feral. I'm surprised that they're playing Destro Feral just a little bit. I'm a little surprised that they're playing Destro Feral because I think Rogues are really good right now. But yeah. Destro is disgusting because it's super simple now. Well, Destro is back to what it was for a long time, where you just kind of do pretty good passive damage. But the second you get a bolt off, you automatically win. Which is what it was for a long time, you know? For a long time, it was... you just have high sustain, and then if you get a bolt off, they instantly die. And it looks like that's the case. So I'm a little surprised that they're playing Feral over Rogue, just because I think Rogue is good. But at the same time, I think Feral is still really good and just kind of underutilized by people, so... That's crazy. Destro Rogue Priest. All right. All right. All right, here we go. So let's go back to the changes. Let's go back to these midnight changes. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I told Lauren this as well. I'm pissed off. I am pissed off. You want to know why I'm pissed off? Because I hate when Blizzard gives me hope. Straight up. I'm just going to be straight up with you guys. I hate when they give me hope. And Midnight is giving me a little bit of hope. It's giving me a little bit of hope, and I hate it. I hate the feeling because I hate being disappointed. But Midnight is giving me just like that tiny bit of hope, and it's just... It's just... Oh my god. The DR change is so crazy, man. I think this is actually really good. Like, I really think this is a good change. You have only 2 DRs. The DR is 16 seconds. So you still have classes that are going to be able to You still have classes that are going to be able to CC for a long time, but you're not going to be losing games because people triple DR stun you. Which, like, I mean, you guys already know from watching me how much I hate getting triple DR sheep, triple DR fear, triple DR cheap shot, garrote, and losing the game. It actually drives me insane. And it has for such a long time. I don't have hope for anything in life. Why should WoW be different? Nice. Matt, what up, dude? Atomic Joe Rex Shampoo. Guys, what's going on? What up, Type? Renaur, hello. Tony Zanishi, what up? What up, Plato? What's good? Gator, hello. Refu, what up? What up, Smashy? Did I get everybody? Death Bob, Andrew, hello. People, hello, hello, hello. Shame Shady, what up? Mihos, what up? Noxer, what's good? Dude, it's crazy, man. I feel like I'm obviously being a little bit sarcastic. This is good in general, right? That, like, I'm excited, but god damn, bro. Blizzard is just... They just reel you back in, man. They just reel you back in. It's so annoying. Triple DR Garrote, now only double DR. True. I mean, because if you look at this, this is how I view it. If DRs are 16 seconds and it's only 2, the only thing that this changes... Well, this changes 2 things. This changes 2 things at the same time. This changes 2 things at the same time. And both of them, in my opinion, are good for the game. 1, if you are really good at landing CC and coordinating CC with your team, you are going to straight up CC people again like you could back in freaking Wrath and Kata and Mop. Because if you look at this, this is what this means. You have 2 DRs, 16 seconds. If you get stunned into 2 sheep DRs, into a clone or a fear DR, you literally come off of stun DR right at the end of that last CC. So you can quite literally get stunned into 2 sheeps, into a fear, into another stun, into 2 sheeps, and it all resets. So I think that's actually good, because that means if you're actually clean with CC, you can straight up spam chain people again. Number 2, which I also think is good, is because there's no third DR, you can't lose games because you're trying to cast a spell and get triple DR stunned. Like, you can't lose games because you're trying to cast or something and you just get hit with a triple DR cheap shot or a triple DR Hodge or a triple DR sheep or fear. Like, it ends. I think what's really nice about this change is there is a definitive end to the CC, which is really nice. Like, there's a much more definitive end to the CC rather than playing the game where even if you're CC'd twice, you can quite literally lose the game in a triple DR fear because somebody gets globaled, which I think is horrible design, and that's what we've been dealing with this whole expansion. Which, yes, you can argue that that's because of class design, but that's also because of how CC works, you know? Partial class design issue, but also, if you're getting triple DR feared and your teammate dies because of that, like, that's a CC issue, right? So I think this is actually good. I need to stop talking about it because it's getting me excited, but I think this is actually good. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's keep going down. I'm trying to understand this. So the categories are the same? Yes. So here, this is what it is, Matt. This is what it is. The categories of CC are all the same. The only difference now is that there's only 2 DRs. There's only 2 DRs. There's full and half. And the DR total is set to 16 seconds reset instead of 18. I just want to know how this will affect the PvE meta. Well, they did PvE changes too. So if you weren't here, I started talking about this second I went live. They changed PvE CC as well, so it's right here. CC in PvE settings is going to half until 1/16th DR, and then it resets at 16 seconds. This is coming to YouTube probably. Well, the reason the game, quote unquote, I don't agree with the game being a PvE meta personally, but I think it is kind of like that sometimes, and the game will change with these changes, yes. Because they're also changing the class design of a lot of classes. Apparently, they're removing a shit ton of cooldowns too. So, I mean, we just have to keep reading. But apparently, they're removing a lot of CDs and stuff too from the game. So let's keep going. This is DK. I don't even know what these talents are, but they're just adding new stuff. Oh, so these are the new rows of talents, I think. I have not looked at the glad mount yet. So we already see right here, DK got Sacrificial Pact removed, which is their pet heal. Interesting. So new talents here. Blood DK. Skip past this. This is the mount? I mean, I like Proto-Drakes. I thought Proto-Drakes were sick. I've always loved Proto-Drakes. I just thought the BFA Proto-Drakes were complete garbo. I kind of like this one. All right, all right. All right. I mean, that's kind of cool looking. So this is the Glad mount. This is the Galactic Glad. I mean, shit, bro. All right. By giving us the bat, they lowered our standards. Holy shit, bro. They shut the hell up, dude. Guys, somebody ban Jorex. Somebody ban him. Don't actually do it, but anyone have the offline bracket link? Yeah. Here you go. Oh my god, man. I think that mount looks sick, to be honest. I think it looks pretty cool. But we'll see, we'll see. Okay, so what did we just read? Oh, those are hero talents. Okay, Blood, Frost. Nayla, no spoilers, no spoilers. I'll talk about that in a sec when we get to it. I'm trying. Guys, no spoilers, guys. Guys, they reduced Glad to 2,300. What are our thoughts on that? What are our thoughts on that? Don't care till I get it in Shuff. Well, they reduced all of the 2,400 rewards are 2,300 now, which I think is good. I think that's great. Band-Aid fix. So what I like, this is what I think. I think this is a good change, but I still think, and we've talked about this before, we need more rewards in general. So if they can add another one to like 2,500, we got something going for us, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so here, these are the last two talents. Frostform's Fury deals 100% damage to the first person that hits and grants you 15% haste. Is that your dragon? You guys are the WoW pros. What is that? Is that your dragon? Your big flying dragon? That's what it is, right? Okay. Okay. So your big final talent is your dragon does more damage to the first person, gives you haste. You can recall your dragon to get killing blow machines or killing machine stacks. It does double the damage, but you can cast it again to recall it at 50%. So you can throw the dragon twice. Okay. Obliterate's been updated. Two-handed. Brutal attack deals physical and frost. Dual wield. Brutal attack of both weapons that deals a total of physical and frost. Okay, so that just confused the shit out of me. What is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this? So if you do it as a two-hand, it's physical and frost. So it's going to be a split damage. But if you do it as dual wield, it's just the same. So this is just like a tooltip update, probably. I'm guessing this is because dual wield, when you press dual wield, it does two forms. It does two hits. I'm not going to read too much into this. This is frying me. Just a tooltip change. Shattering Blade now has an additional effect when Frostbane consumes Razor Ice stacks on your main target. It deals 250 damage instead. Okay. Oh wait, Obliterate does frost damage now because it didn't do frost damage before, right? Wasn't Obliterate physical before, except if you had the talent where it turned it into a frost? Like after 5 hits or something, it turned into frost? Okay. Okay, so now Obliterate just does frost damage every time. Okay. Does anyone else feel like we're in an abusive relationship? It's just a number. Remember that MMR matters? Well, yeah, of course, but this is just going to make it so that we're less reliant on massive MMR inflation. Okay, so here we go. Unholy DK. So Lauren told me that they redesigned Unholy DK super hard, so I guess we'll see what they did. Do we want to read these developer notes, bro? Like, I feel like I'm back in school, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Look at this, bro. What is this short essay, dude? What is this? What is this reading assignment right here? What is this reading assignment, man? I don't know. I can't read. What is this? All right, I'm not reading all that, to be honest. All right. Apex talents, forbidden knowledge. What's an Apex talent? Where's DK? Is that just these at the end? Oh, forbidden knowledge. Okay. Army of the Dead siphons the power of the Fallen. Sick. Transforming Death Coil and Epidemic into Necrotic Coil and Graveyard. Necrotic Coil unleash a vortex of necrotic energy and bone, dealing physical damage up to 3 foes and shadow damage to all pierced enemies. Okay. Oh, it's half the global though. Oh, wow. So you can actually just spam coils super hard. That sounds kind of fun. That sounds kind of fun. Ground. The dead are up beneath all foes with virulent plague. Okay. So these are just half global. Okay. Army of the Dead grants 20/40 runic power and causes your next 1 or 2 Scourge Strikes to summon a lesser ghoul. Cool. When you putrefy a lesser ghoul or summon one with Scourge Strike, the duration of forbidden knowledge increased by 1 second. Okay. So if you summon more ghouls, you get a longer forbidden knowledge, and then you can spam coil more. The add-on changes next expansion. Yeah, it's midnight. Okay. New talent, Putrefy.
Busting makes me feel good.
Decay or oldest.
We liking the changes.
Yo, you saw what up, dog? To sum it up, yes, so far what I've read, I still have so much left to read, but so far what I've read, I kind of like, and I'm excited about the expansion, and I hate that I'm excited because Blizzard does this thing every time where they reel you back in, and it's very upsetting. It's a love-hate thing. It's a love-hate thing. I love and hate this game at the same time. Tell me about it. I know you just wanted to quit, and now you have to be a DK main again. Let's see. I have to be a DK main again. What is this? Declare your oldest lesser ghoul under your command over 2 seconds to have them explode. Explosion for shadow damage to nearby enemies. Lesser ghouls do not expire while decaying. Okay, so you get a new talent that just gives you explosions again, like Ghoul Explosion. New talent. Each rune consumed increases strength by 2 seconds. Okay, so this is Fester Might, basically. This is basically what Fester Might was, except it's with your runes instead. Festering Strike has been redesigned. Slash the enemy for physical damage and corrupt your weapon with Blight. Wait, do you not have wounds anymore? Do wounds not exist? Holy shit! Damn, so DK might actually be fun again. I hate this game. I hate this goddamn game. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try to contain my excitement. I'm going to contain my excitement. I don't want to get too excited. I don't want to talk it up a lot. The only time I ever talked up an expansion, to be honest with you, the only time I ever talked up an expansion and how sick it was, and I was really excited for it, was BFA. And I got let down so fucking hard with that expansion. I'm not going to sit here and get excited. I'm not going to sit here and get excited. I'm just going to read it. You loved BFA? Dude. Nick, you don't understand, bro. When BFA first was coming out,
I like this guy so much. I want to gift this.
Oh my god, yo, Matt, think about the gifted sub to Gintla. Giants, welcome back. 3 months of a gifted sub. When BFA was coming out, all of the changes that they had and they were talking about made it seem like it was going to be so fun. Like, when they were talking about, oh, you get these traits that you could customize your gear for different stats and fucking talents. And it's like, oh, wow, that's sick. That's going to be awesome. And then BFA turned out to be absolutely trash. But, I'll say what up. Okay, man, what's good, dude? Yo, Matt, thank you once again, man. This is actually sick. So wounds are gone. So wounds are terrible. I have not liked DK with the wound style. That shit is so boring. But now, damn. So now it's back to like what Unholy DK should be, is what it looks like. It's a lot of death coil damage and summoning pets, like summoning ghouls, and like a disease, like your diseases do stuff. Huh. I already read the CC changes. Yeah, they're sick. I think the CC changes are dope. Okay, get back to the changes. I'm trying. The games are broadcasted, but they're not. There's no casting or anything. They just show random games. So 2DRs can mages blink every stun. Yes, but they don't have shimmer. Then no shimmer. Can't get sheeped ever. The CC changes are there's only 2 DRs now instead of 3, and the duration of your DR is 16 seconds. So you can't get triple DR stunned anymore and lose. You can't lose the game to people triple DR stunning you on your cast, which is awesome. Okay, so this is actually really cool. Okay, so when you Festering Strike, you can summon a lesser ghoul when you Scourge Strike. So wounds are gone, it looks like. Okay. Unholy Strike that deals shadow damage and erupts your plagues on the target, dealing damage, additional time. And it spreads plague. Okay. So, if you Festering Strike into a Scourge Strike, you not only summon a lesser ghoul, but you erupt your plague, and then you spread your dot. Okay. Outbreak. Inflicts the target with Dread Plague and Virulent Plague. Okay. Dread Plague. Malicious Plague that seeps into the souls of its host, dealing shadow damage over 15 seconds. Spreads to nearby enemies. Okay. Huh. Bet I can get double DR stun and lose. What will it mean? More uptime? I don't know. I have to keep reading the notes. I mean, they've done massive changes so far. Like look how long these notes are, bro. Look at this. You ready? This is how much we have to read. So it's going to be a while. I don't know what they've done. There's a lot. And I have to read all of it. So, okay. NBC's going on right now, yeah. I want to watch the NA games, though. I don't really care about watching the EU games, to be honest with you. Just because I'm late already, and I heard that Echo already made top 6. So, no surprise there. I want to watch the NA games, though. And the Midnight stuff is really exciting, so I want to read this. Okay. Where were we? Outbreak. Okay. The Wheeze. What's the over-under on the Void DH being meta for 2 seasons? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Do we think that the Void DH, the new spec of Demon Hunter, is going to be absolutely broken for an entire season, maybe 2? What do we think about that? What are the odds on that happening? A new class / spec being entered into the game. What are the chances it's gonna be completely broken? I don't know. What are the chances it's gonna be completely broken? Probably. Probably, dude. I don't know. I would assume that they did stuttering. Did they do a lot to Druid? Of course they did. Maybe Druid will be fun again, too. If DK looks fun again, maybe Druid will be fun again. Okay, here we go. New talent. Outnumber lesser ghouls. Serve you 4 seconds longer. March of Madness? Dude, they added the Future talent to this game. Holy shit. Future got his own talent, bro. That's insane. Reanimation. Capstone. When you putrefy, a lesser ghoul has a chance to reanimate as a Magus of the Dead. Absolute banger of a song. Damn, alright, so we got the Future talent here. That's kind of cool. How do DK and Druid correlate? Well, they don't. It's just an assumption because it's just me having a little bit of anticipation to see what they're going to do because they're doing all of these changes so far to these classes and redesigning so much shit that maybe they're going to do the same with Druid. But we're going to get to that point. We're going to get there at some point. Let's see. Putrefy now decays the lesser ghouls over 4 seconds, cause it to go on an unholy frenzy, increasing their attack speed and damage till they explode. Damn, that's cool. So you can you have like bestial wrath kind of with your ghoul explosion. Okay. Blighted. Scorch Strike, critical strikes cause your dread and virulent plague to inflict their damage at 50% effectiveness instead. When an enemy affected by your dread plague dies, it erupts, dealing shadow damage to nearby enemies and infects the enemy with the lowest health remaining. Okay. So this spreads your plagues. Runic Corruption increases your rune regeneration rates. Scourging. Scorch Strike now instead causes your dread and virulent plague to erupt for the damage they would inflict over 3 to 5 seconds. Over 3/5 seconds. Okay. All diseases deal increased damage. Replaces Death Coil. Oh, Putrid Echoes replaces Death Coil. Okay. Petrify damage increased by 50% and then now deals damage split between enemies. It hits. Okay. When you putrefy a lesser ghoul, has a 100% chance to reanimate as a max of the dead. Okay. Wait, didn't we just read that? So what is the difference here? The capstone talent. Oh, it's the same talent. Okay. But it replaces. Okay. We're in the DH stuff. A lot of interesting changes. Yep. It could be sick. Explosion effect of putrefy. Okay. Long Shadows has been redesigned. Okay. Now a passive effect. Huh. Shadows guide your strikes, increasing the damage of your Scorch Strike by 25% and causing it to grant you Clawing Shadows up to 4 times. For each strike of Clawing Shadow, your Scorch Strike chains to an additional enemy. Okay. Okay. So you're basically just getting cleave. You're getting cleave on your Scorch Strikes. Okay. AWC's today, yeah. Quiet, what up? Well, apparently there's 2 builds for Unholy. There's going to be Disease one and then the Ghoul one. That's apparently. Cleaving Strike has been redesigned. Scorch Strike and Festering Strike deal 10% damage. Sudden Doom has been redesigned. Dread Plague has 35% chance to exhilarate, making your Death Coil cost some rig power deal increased damage. Okay. Doomed Bidding. Okay, so your Sudden Doom is based on your dots now. Okay. Giant, you're so fried, man. Doomed Bidding has been updated. Consuming Sudden Doom summons forth a lesser ghoul to a situ for 8 seconds, moved to the first gate in the talent tree. Harbinger of Doom has been updated. Sudden Doom triggers 30% more often and can accumulate up to 2 charges. Okay. Super Strain has been updated. Dread Plague has a chance to grant 4 ring power, no longer capstone. Holy Aura has been updated. Each lesser ghoul under your command grants 0.5/1% mastery. Whenever you putrefy a lesser ghoul, you gain 3/5% haste. Reaping has been updated. Okay. Infected Claws has been updated. Ghouls have a chance to sicken foes, dealing shadow damage over 12 seconds. If this effect is reapplied, any remaining damage is added to the new effect. Damn, okay. Dark Transformation has been updated. Cause an unholy blast around your permanent ghoul, dealing shadow damage to nearby enemies and evolving it into a monstrosity, greatly empowering its abilities. Death Coil, an epidemic, extends the duration of this effect by 1 second. Okay. So you get an AoE explosion, and then you get your big summon, of course. I just saw rogue trains that every non-rogue is going to be so happy for. Of course. Cheap Shot CD, baby. Summon Gargoyle has been redesigned. Army of the Dead summons a gargoyle into the battlefield to bombard your enemies and grant you runic power. The gargoyle gains 1% damage for every 1 runic power you spend. Raise Abomination has been redesigned. Army of the Dead now only summons 4 lesser ghouls, but additionally raises an abomination that attacks enemies while emitting a disease cloud that deals plague damage over 30 seconds. Enemies with the disease cloud take 20% increased damage to your minions. Okay, so you choose between A-Bomb and Garg. Hard mode, what up, dog? Army of the Dead now has 1.5, has a 1.5 minute CD, was 3 minutes, and summons 8 lesser ghouls. Festering Scythe is now a capstone town, has been updated. Festering Strike now follows up with Festering Scythe. Festering Scythe slashes through all enemies. Okay. You automatically learn to raise dead and Festering Strike. Outbreak, you have this talent into Ebon Fever now causes disease to deal 15% more damage over time and 75% of the duration. Was 12% more in half. Death Coil and Epidemic extend play duration. Oh, so you actually just extend your dots now. That's kind of a nice change. Full of Devastation now additionally increases death coil damage by 10%. Infliction of Sorrow now functions with Dread Plague. Morbidity is now a second gate talent. The following talents have been removed. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Apocalypse, Bursting Swords, Death Rot, Decomposition, Defile, Desecrate, Eternal Agony, Fester Might, Improve Festering Strike, Legion of Souls, Pestilence, Plaguebringer, Rotten Touch, Soul Reaper, Unholy Blight. Okay. Hard mode, what up, dog? So Unholy Blight, don't have to worry about pressing that. Don't have to worry about pressing Soul Reaper. Defile. Okay. Dude, my brain is on fucking overload right now. That's actually so many changes for DK. Holy shit. Maybe DK could be fun again for me. It's more emphasis on your ghouls and diseases now. Okay. Damn, alright. Demon Hunter. Bellblade now generates 15 Fury, was 40. Sigil of Flame moved to Vengeance spec only. Okay. I kind of don't mind that. Several talents have changed positions in the talent tree. The following talents have been removed. Chaos Fragments, Demon Muzzle, Flames of Fury, Precise Sigils, Rush of Chaos. I haven't looked at any of the housing stuff. I saw some of it earlier on Ven's stream, but I haven't read anything on it now. Or like I didn't watch the video either. Here talents Annihilator. Oh, this is for the new spec, right? An Annihilator draws upon the most fundamental forces of reality to erase from existence any enemies who would threaten the same. Okay. So this is for Devour Demon Hunters. I forgot we're getting a new Demon Hunter spec. Okay. So Devourer is going to have Annihilator and Fell Scarred. Devourer. Okay. So we're going to have to visit that soon and see what they do. Developer notes. Whatever, we're just going to read it. We're not going to read the DK one, though. That was way too much. Midnight brings targeted changes to Havoc focused on 2 key areas, reducing total button count, both offensive and defensive defensive/utility abilities, especially when they have overlapping identity or functional redundancy, and simplifying circumstances of conditional bonuses that warp ability usage in unintuitive ways, especially those that stem from overlapping buff windows. Many skills have been changed or removed, including talent trees with unclear or overly niche purpose. Large multiplicative skill bonuses have been changed or removed to make room for Havoc's natural gameplay to be fun and effective. Okay, well, for those of you who don't read, let me sum this up for you in a very simple way. They want Demon Hunter to go back to hitting 2 fucking buttons and killing you. That's what they want. They don't want this bullshit with keeping up your dot and then your Throwglaive and then your other dot and then your Immolation Aura and then using all of your sigils. They don't want that shit. They just want 2 buttons, 3 buttons. That's what they want. Which is honestly sick because when I log on a Demon Hunter, I just want to run in and hit Chaos Strike. I don't want to worry about running in and then Fellblade with my immolation aura, then throw my glaive, then I have to I-beam the guy, then blade dance, then I have to essence break, then I have to fucking hit the chaos strike, then I have to use my sigil of whatever, then I have to use my other sigil of whatever. It's just really annoying. So now they're just removing this shit. That's actually insane. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. All right. Yeah, I heard they removed kick from Druid. Good. They don't deserve it, man. You just want to thing the guy, not thing the guy? Yes. When I play a Demon Hunter, I want to literally run in Fellblade. I want to run in Immolation Aura off my mount into Fellblade, stun, Blade Dance, Chaos Strike. Not fucking 9 globals. That's what I want to do. Or run in Immolation Aura off the mount, Fellblade, stun, I-beam, Blade Dance into Chaos Strike 9 times in a row. Alright. I don't think any heal should have kicks. Why? Why is that? Why do you think that is? Alright, here we go. Let's make DH easier. Let's make Rogue worse. This game's gonna suck. Well, Rogue Mage is literally going to be able to CC you for 40 seconds again with the new changes to CC. So I'm not sure if the game's gonna suck. Just close the gap on bad DPS not doing their job. I don't think healers having an interrupt is bad at all. I think it's good and it adds skill expression to the game, but I do think it's bad when you add too much. Like every healer having a kick is kind of weird, except for priests, right? I also think that it just depends on the rest of their tools, you know? It depends on the rest of their toolkit. All right, Demon Hunter. Desperate Instincts has been redesigned. Blur reduces damage by an additional 10%. Damage taken below 35% is reduced by 10%. Wait, did they give Demon Hunters a straight up fucking wall? They gave them the DK thing. Necrotic whatever that Demon Hunter has, or DK has. Okay. Netherwalk has been redesigned. Now, passive skill. Slip into the nether when you activate blur. Okay, see, guys, this is the problem. When Lauren was telling me about the changes, she didn't tell me that Netherwalk was literally still in the game and gave you an immunity. She just said that it removed. I mean, this is kind of cool, honestly. I told you I can't read. I mean, honestly, I kind of like this. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this adds like a good amount of skill to the game, to be honest with you. Maybe some people don't feel that way. But if you're going to be able to like nether walk a bolt or something, or like nether walk like a big mortal strike or something from someone, I feel like that's pretty cool. Or sorry, blur. Blur it, not nether walk it. So you're not immune to CC, you're only immune to damage. You're not immune to CC, you're only immune to damage. Okay. I kind of don't mind that. Essence Break has been redesigned. Slash all enemies in front of you for chaos damage, causing Chaos Strike and Blade Dance to deal additional damage to them for 4 seconds. Isn't that already what it does? Oh no, it's additional chaos damage instead of percentage, I guess. Okay. Glaive Tempest. has been redesigned. The final slash of Blade Dance consumes 35 fury when it strikes 4 or more enemies, launching 2 demonic glaives and a whirlwind of energy, causing damage over 3 seconds. Okay, so this doesn't matter for PvP. This is a PvE talent. Demon Blades now automatically overrides Demon Bite. Demon's Bite. What does that mean? Doesn't it already do that? Blur reduces damage taken by 25%, was 20, and no longer increases dodge chance. Huh. Okay, so you have more damage reduction, so you actually have like a defensive. And it immunes damage, but you don't have dodge anymore. I kind of like that too. I'd rather have that. I would rather have that. Huh. Okay. There's some interesting changes. Several talents have positioned in the talent tree, have changed positions, following classes have been moved. Okay. So they moved Hunt to Havoc. Fell Barrage and Fell Eruption removed. Oh, wow. So you lost your stun. Ah, okay. That's what up. Wow, so you actually lost your stun. So you only have Chaos Nova now. And Incap, it looks like. Unless it's an honor talent? Okay, I mean, we're limiting CC in the game. Kind of fuck with it so far. Vengeance, we'll just skip that. Druid. Here we go. Druid. Gift of the Wild. Mark of the Wild is 100% more effective on yourself. Okay, so Mark of the Wild is going to be what? 6% on Druid instead of 3 for you. Heart of the Wild has been redesigned. Perform a powerful off-roll ability depending on your currently active shapeshift form. Bear form, max health increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cat form, unleash an empowered Fell Frenzy on your enemy, dealing physical damage and additional bleed over 6 seconds, award combo points. I mean, that's kind of cool. Dude, that means I can run in and like Feral Frenzy stun somebody on Druid. Yo, Danger, what up, dog?
Is now a good time to learn PvP?
Yo, Taihu, thank you for the prime, dude. I would say yeah. I would say you playing the game now would be fine. Yo, thank you for the reset, man. Danger, what's good? Moonkin form call down waves of empowered falling stars upon enemies within 40 yards. Non-shapeshifted, empowered regrowth. Okay. I mean, honestly, the cat form one sounds pretty cool with Heart of the Wild. Forest Walk now has 2 ranks and increases your movement speed and healing received by 8/16% when you cast Regrowth. Matted Fur absorption increased by 140%, has 2 ranks with rank 2 doubling the amount absorbed by rank 1. Okay, so your bark skin is going to actually be a nice absorb now. It does nothing right now. It's like 500k or something stupid. Not even worth talenting. Skull Bash removed. Innervate is now capstone in the class tree, and then they removed Nature's Vigil and Renewal. Okay, so we are currently 3 classes in. We are 3 classes in, and they have removed a cooldown from each class. They changed Nether. They took away dodge from Blur. They took away they nerfed Death Strike healing, and they took away your Ghoul sacrifice heal. And now they removed Renewal and Skull Bash for Resto Druid. Dude, is this expansion gonna be fun? I mean, we've been talking about this the entire time for War Within, that the game has gotten way too crazy and they need to have an actual complete overhaul of this game. Like, if they want WoW to survive, they need to do a complete fucking overhaul of WoW. And I mean, we're 3 classes in and it's already happening. This is for the next expansion, yeah. Where do you find these notes? Okay. Hero talents. Guardian, don't care about that. Lunar Calling has been updated. Increases damage dealt to Starfire. Primary target by 100% was 160. Okay. Keeper of the Grove. Oh my god, we gotta sit up for this shit. Rip Guardian. New talent. Sylvan Beckoning. Entering Eclipse summons a Druid to assist you. Okay. I mean, this looks pretty fried. When you enter an Eclipse, you summon a 300% Star Surge. I mean, that's got to be fucking nerfed in PvP. Like, what are we talking about? Entering an Eclipse summons a Star Surge that hits you for 50% of your health. Yep. Felt good. What up? Okay. Your periodic heals have a chance to empower your next Swiftman to summon a Druid to assist you. Isn't this your tier bonus? Isn't that just a tier bonus for Druid right now for Keeper? So they're just making it talents? Okay. Dryads cause Swiftmen to cool down 25% faster. Dryads cause most of your astral power generation to be increased. Okay. Oh my god, the thick of it talent right here. Spirit of the Thicket. Ironbark summons a Dryad to channel a beam of pure nature onto your target, healing them over 6 seconds. That's kind of cool. So if you play Keeper, you get a strong Ironbark. Okay. Resto. Oh, so these are all changes for Resto Keeper. Okay. Durability of nature has been redesigned. Now increases Grove duration. Grove Guardian duration by 20%. What is that right now? Okay, so right now that's the Send Ward talent. Okay, so they're changing that to just be duration. Okay. Scenario System has been redesigned. Swiftman healing is increased by 20%. Was Swiftman grants haste? Okay. Dream Star has been redesigned. When Grove Guardians are summoned, they create dream petals on your target. Okay. So when you press Grove Guardians, you get dream petals on your target instead of summoning them with your next heal after you press Guardian. Okay, so it's just a passive now instead of proccing it. Power of the Dream has been redesigned. Now causes Dream Surge to heal 1 additional ally. Okay. Early Spring reduces the cooldown of Wild Growth and Swiftman by 1 second. Was reduced the cooldown of Grove Guardians by 3 seconds. Okay. Protective Growth no longer has a separate aura icon for the damage reduction. I mean, this is kind of cool for Keeper. I kind of like this. I like the Dream Surge change. I like the Dream Surge change. Okay. Wild Stalker. Strategic Confusion now passively causes your periodic heals to have a 4% increased chance to critically heal. It was a buff for 10 seconds when you cast Rego. Symbiotic Blooms no longer appear on raid frames. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. All right, we love that. Balance. The design of how you enter and maintain Eclipse is changing in Midnight. We'd like to introduce more gameplay to it. Eclipse before midnight is so important that you immediately drop everything to refresh it when it ends. There's no timing or strategy to it, and it can be a struggle during phases with high movement. At midnight, Lunar Eclipse and Solar Eclipse are an active ability that instantly enter Eclipse for 15 seconds, has a 30-second cooldown, and can be talented to have 2 charges. The goal is for balance to prepare for each Eclipse and choose the perfect moment to activate it. Depending on talents and the pacing of a fight or dungeon, you might have an Eclipse up to You might have an eclipse up 60 to 80% of the time. You'll want to spend your time in eclipse spending astral power and dealing damage, and your time out of eclipse building resources or refreshing dots to prepare for your next eclipse. Okay, so eclipse is kind of going back to what it was for like Kata and Mop and stuff, right? Where you actually get damage buffs from it. It's a very, very important. Okay. Where did I stop reading? You want to spend your time in Eclipse spending astral power and dealing damage, and your time out of Eclipse building resources, refreshing dots to prepare for your next Eclipse. Balance's mastery has been changed, so Sunfire and Moonfire no longer increase damage targets take, and Waning Twilight has been removed. This allows Balance to start dealing damage faster and improves its strength in Split Cleave. Moonfire and Sunfire's damage will be tuned to keep them as strong, efficient damage dealing spells, but the damage of your other spells will be less conditional. Okay, so you're losing the mastery modifier, so you don't have to worry about that anymore with like getting shit on with damage when you don't have your dots up. Okay. The Apex talent. Ascendant Eclipses. Eclipses. Rogue is dead, by the way. People have been saying Rogue is dead for like how many expansions now, dude? People said Rogue was dead this expansion. It's still top 3 melee. People said Rogue was dead in Dragonflight when they nerfed CC. Was still the best melee. And still played in every tournament comp. People said Rogue was dead in Shadowlands. Eventually Outlaw became the god tier class. Come on. Come on. Rogue will never die, man. It can never die. They can never let Rogue die. It's literally their baby. It's literally their baby. I just want Ret to die. This expansion is going to be in like March or something, right? Something like that. Activating an Eclipse makes your next Wrath or Starfire instant. The first 3 Star Surges or Starfalls you cast during each Eclipse deal increased damage. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Your critical strikes dealt during Eclipse cause a victim to languish for an additional... Okay, so you get your dot damage or your crit dot. Activating Eclipse also launches solar or lunar bolts at nearby enemies that always critically strike. Rogue's already bottom of Soul Shovel, Ass is 9, but Sub and Ally are bottom. I mean, there's reasons for that, right? I'm not saying that it's okay, but like the reason for that is because Rogue is harder to play. Which I think is a good thing. I think certain specs should be harder, but maybe they can fix that. Maybe they can make Rogue a little bit more player-friendly. Which would be nice. But it's different, right? Like, of course, Rogue is going to be less played because it's... Or, like, less played and less represented, especially higher rating, because it is harder to play compared to, like, a Ret, you know? Or Ret is, like, not only really strong right now, of course, but also just one of the easiest classes to play in the game. We can read all these changes. Activating Eclipse launches solar or lunar bolts. Okay. Entering lunar. I mean, I'm sure there's ways. We'll have to see. I want to read the Rogue changes too. I just got to keep going. Reading notes instead of popping our cues? Bro, I'm trying, man. I gotta read the notes, man. I gotta read the notes. Are you gonna go over every single change? Yes. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I want to read it. New talent improved Eclipse. They have an additional charge. Meteor Storm. Softfield does damage 100% faster. Okay. Enter Eclipse has 10/20% chance to grant the benefits of both. When you exit Eclipse with less than 40 astral power, Wrath and Starfire cast times are reduced by 25% for 15 seconds, or until you enter an Eclipse. That's kind of cool. So you can build it up faster. Every time Starfall deals damage, a meteorite falls on a target in its range, dealing astral damage. Celestial Fire. Moon's Fire, Sunfire, and Shooting Stars damage increased by 15%. Astral Invocation. Your nature spells deal 0.75% mastery. Okay. Okay, so your... Oh, this is your new mastery. Okay, so your mastery... So this just gives you more damage. More nature and arcane damage. Okay. Okay, so your mastery is basically just... They're just removing the Moonfire, Sunfire modifier to your mastery. Damn. I mean, dispelling dots against Boomy when you were dying was always such a big deal. It was very, very helpful and like a little bit of a skill cap there. And I guess they're kind of removing that with this change, but it'll probably still be important to dispel dots. It'll definitely still be important to dispel dots. You just won't be able to kind of mitigate their bursts the same way. Okay, that's fine. Eclipse has been redesigned. You may draw the sun and moon into alignment for 15 seconds, empowering either your nature or arcane spells. Casting Wrath of Starfire changes what mode Eclipse will be entered. Okay. And the two modes of Eclipse share a button and 32-second cooldown. Okay, so back to OG Eclipse, pretty much, right? No, so your Moonfire, Sunfire before, if you had, like, they gave you a damage buff when you put those spells up. That was what it was before. But now, you just have it passively. Your mastery is just a passive damage increase now. When before it was reliant on having your dots up. Casting Starfire and Wrath no longer enter Eclipse. Okay, yeah, because you have to choose it. Okay. Solar Eclipse increases the damage of Wrath by an additional 10%. Okay. Soul of the Forest has been updated. Solar Eclipse increases Wrath. Okay, so this is just Astral Power regen like we saw. Starlord has been updated. During Eclipse, Star Surge and Starfall grant you 2/4% haste for 20 seconds, was 15, or until you enter a new Eclipse, stacks up to 3 times. Okay, so they changed it a little bit, where you get haste unless you enter Eclipse. Okay. Until you enter a new Eclipse. Okay. Pitch of the Cosmos has been updated. It can its effect can now trigger from any Wrath or Starfire cast, not just those in Eclipse. They buffed your Moonfire, Sunfire damage. Starfire now deals half its damage. So Starfire does more cleave now. Okay. Okay. Stellar Flare damage increased. Doesn't affect Stellar Flare. That's your dot, right? Eclipses no longer apply activation overlays to Wrath and Starfire on your bars. So UI change. Okay. Astral Smolder, this is going to be a passive, right? Astronomical Impact, Stellar Flare, Umbral Inspiration, Waning Twilight, Warrior Balloon. Okay, so that's your instant Starfires too. They just removed that. Huh. I mean, Boomy got some cool changes. Boomy looks like it got some cool changes. Developer notes for Feral. There's so many changes. There's so many changes. Oh my god. All right. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of changes. Holy shit. Feral Druid is changing in Midnight to address some important mechanics that are based on information that is hidden to the player. Bleed snapshotting. Yep. Where the damage of a bleed deals is increased for its entire duration, is now applied only by Tiger's Fury and Prowl. The icons of Empowered Bleeds changed to show they're strengthened. Bloodhounds has been removed. These changes also aim to reduce the complexity that could go into choosing the best builder to use in the moment, putting more of Feral's focus on maintaining bleeds and building and spending combo points. While some abilities like Brutal Slash and Adaptive Swarm have been removed, oh wow, Feral has gained some new tricks that lean into their flavor as deadly hunting cats. Wow. Frantic Frenzy is a multi-target upgrade to Feral Frenzy, and Blood Splattered makes them even stronger at taking down a primary target while fighting many enemies. Okay. Apex Town, Unseen Predator. When you ferocious bite, you have a 75% chance to flicker to a nearby enemy and deliver an unseen attack. What the hell? It's a furry spec. I see this lasting 2 more specs and you go straight to healer review only? Nope. Nope. I'm going to read it all. Excited to watch 4-hour YouTube video? I can't wait to tell K Benny that. Yo, can you edit a video for me? It's going to be like 5 hours long of me reading all the changes. It's hype, dude. It's hype. You guys drop me the link? Only if you say please and then subscribe. Ultra hardcore? Nah, I don't know about that. Unseen slash. Slash the target, dealing physical damage and additional bleed damage over 6 seconds. If this effect is reapplied, any remaining damage is added to the new bleed. Unseen swipe. Okay. So basically when you bite, you have a chance to just proc an unseen attack. Okay. Unseen attacks increase your damage done by 8/15% for 5 seconds. Additional applications extend this effect. Damn, so it's going to be really important to get a lot of bites now. Okay. For like actual damage, not just burst, like just sustain. Target sphere caused you to perform an unseen attack after your next 2 combo point generating attacks. Rip an unseen attack, damage increased by 30%. New talent, master increased by 2. Lacerating claws, bleed damage increased by 10. Blood splattered. Spattered, not splatter. Come on, I watched Dexter, I should know this. Ferocious bites damage to its primary target increased by 2% for each enemy affected by your rip up to 10. Okay. Chomp. Chomp your target, causing physical damage. Chomp can only be used when you have less than 30 energy, 20-second cooldown. That's kind of a cool mechanic. Huh. Wonder how much it's going to do. Hunger for battle. When an enemy afflicted by your rip dies, gain 10 energy and your damage dealt is increased by 5% for 8 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Focus Frenzy. Reduces the cooldown of Feral Frenzy by 15 seconds. Choice node with Frantic Frenzy. Frantic Frenzy replaces Feral Frenzy. Flicker to 5 nearby enemies in front of you and claw all enemies around them for physical damage. Okay. So this is just AoE Feral Frenzy. Sudden Ambush has been updated. Finishing moves have a 4% chance per combo point spent to guarantee your next rake, shred, or swipe. Critically strike all targets. Okay. Tonight. Are you playing on the next WC? Not right now, no. Sub or no link is crazy, bro. I literally just linked it, though. I said it. I said that after I linked it. You know? Ashbreed's guidance has been updated. Now reduces the cooldown of Incarnation by 30 seconds. Druid of the Claw. Tear Down the Mighty has been updated. No longer reduces the cooldown of Feral Frenzy. Instead, damage dealt by Chomp increased by 20%. Ooh, cool. Predatory Swiftness, now learned at 30, was a talent. Cool. Thrash damage increased by 50%, and its cooldown is now 6 seconds. Swipe damage decreased by 20. Omen of Clarity no longer affects Thrash, only Shred or Swipe. Savage Fury now lasts 8 seconds. This is to remove Mona of Clarity Snap. Okay, so they just don't want you snapshotting your Thrash. Okay. Rampant Ferocity now damages all nearby targets, not only those affected by Rip. Saber Jaws now increases the extra damage from spending extra energy on Ferocious by 50%. Was 60, not affect PvP. Epic Predator triggers less often with single rip active and more when multiple rips are active. Okay, so they just want this to be an AoE thing. So they removed Adaptive Swarm, Berserk, Blood Talons, Brutal Slash, Lion Strength, Umbral Swarm. Okay, so you don't have to worry about Blood Talons or Berserk, which was just your Incarn, but you can't play Berserk anymore, I guess. And Adaptive Swarm. Interesting. Okay. Guardian. Skipping that. Resto. Here we go. Developer notes. Whereas significantly reducing the amount of buffs, the number of buffs Resto Druid Restoration Druid can apply to allies to make raid frames and target frames easy to parse and always show your important effects. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Restoration Druid's mastery will also be much more effective per healing over time effect active, as they can now only apply up to 5 healing over time effects to allies. We are also streamlining several cooldowns and actives we felt were redundant with other tools in the kit by either removing them or combining them with other abilities. Finally, we are reducing the amount of maintenance buffs by making targeted changes to Life Bloom talents and offering a way to maintain efflorescence automatically on your Life Bloom target. Thank God. Thank God. All right. Apex talents, Everbloom. Life Bloom stacks every 5 seconds up to 3 times. 30% Life Bloom's healing splashes to 2 allies within 30 yards. Cool. Life Bloom bursts into Blooming Frenzy when you consume Soul of the Forest, causing it to bloom 8 times in rapid succession. I mean, that's a pretty good fucking talent. That's pretty cool. Damn, so now... I mean, this is exactly what we talked about. This is exactly what we talked about with Druid. Druid has way too much global spam. The same problem that Shaman had. The same problem that Monk kind of has now. Way too much global spam. And you don't have any form of actual burst healing outside of NS, which you have to have NS with Swiftmen. So outside of pressing a 2 global succession combo, like, you don't have any burst healing. So now you can Swiftmend, and then when you consume your soul, you can actually hold on to your Soul of the Forest. Then you can spend it on a rejuve or something and have your Life Bloom spam bloom. That's kind of insane. That's kind of insane. Okay. Maybe Druid will actually be fun again. Nature's Bounty. Regrowth heals all allies affected by regrowth for 30% of its healing. Okay. More spread healing when you NS, maybe. Life Treading. Replaces efflorescence. Kind of neato. So neato. Cosmic, what up? Blue, what up? They killed Havoc, did they? How did they kill Havoc? I thought DH looked cool. You skipped the spec? I'm not reading Guardian, bro. I'm not reading Guardian, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm not reading any tanks. Replaces efflorescence. Efflorescence healing is increased by 30%, and it now automatically grows beneath your Life Bloom target's feet. Okay, so you actually get a... Dude, you get Mushroom again, like in Mop. All except tanks. No tanks. No. Intensity. When regrowth critically heals, it is 300% effective instead of the usual 200%. So I'm sure in PvP this will be lowered maybe to like 250 or something. Flourish has been redesigned now, a passive talent that upgrades Tranquility, causing it to extend your healing over time effects by 2 seconds each time it heals. Ah, okay. Well, Blur is Netherwalk. Blur is Netherwalk, though. Which is kind of lit. Kind of lit. We'll see, we'll see. The whole game is changing, so it's hard to tell. But it does sound cool. Wild Synthesis has been redesigned, now increases the healing of Grove Guardians and Efflorescence by 35%. Cultivation has been redesigned. Ooh, okay. Cultivation has been redesigned. Rejuvenation heals instantly for 21% spell power on targets below 60. Okay, so I'm assuming they're going to get rid of whatever the Druid talent is. Thriving Vegetation. They're probably going to get rid of that or redesign it, I guess. Because that's what this is. Grove Guardians has been redesigned. Casting Swiftmend or Wild Growth summons a Treant. Okay. That casts Nourish on that target or a nearby ally periodically, lasts 8 seconds. Okay, so now Swiftmending is gonna give you your Guardians. Mastery. Harmony increased your healing by 11.4% per heal over time effect was 6. Note that this benefit falls off over time and is most effective on your first heal. What does that mean? Okay, so this only... So you have DRs on your mastery, basically? Is what it's saying? You just have DRs on your mastery? Okay. Interesting. I mean, I think that'd be kind of cool. I feel like Druid Mastery is pretty boring. It's kind of boring to have it, like, where you're doing way more healing when you have all of your hots up, so you're kind of encouraging keeping up fucking 9 hots on a target to do any healing. So, okay. Photosynthesis no longer causes life bloom to increase the healing rate of your spells by 10%. Chance to bloom increase to 8%. Okay. So all photosynthesis does is they doubled the chance to get bloom procs on your life bloom. The hunt got moved to the Havoc tree, it didn't get removed. Okay, so photosynthesis, all it's doing is they're making the chance to bloom 8%, but they're taking away the higher hot, the faster hot ticks when you have life bloom on yourself. Cool. Okay. I'm down with that. I mean, you'd like never put life bloom on yourself anyways, unless you're actually going to hit, so. Tranquility direct healing increased by 40%, no longer applies a healing over time effect to allies. Interesting. Tranquility duration increased to 6 seconds, was 5. And time between each periodic heal reduced to 1 second, was 1.25. Okay, so you get 6 ticks of tranquility, and it's all direct healing, no hot. Okay. Wow. Tree of Life. So your incarn duration is paused when you cast Trank. That's kind of cool. Having to cast Trank in tree form always felt like shit. So that's kind of nice. Developer notes. We are combining Soul of the Forest and Power of the Arc Druid to make Soul of the Forest a more interesting decision point in raid environments and introduce some fresh gameplay. We are also increasing the base healing of regrowth and wild growth to compensate for these changes. Soul of the Forest increases the healing of your next rejuvenation or regrowth by 100%, was 150. Doesn't affect regrowth. Okay. But then they're buffing. Okay, so I mean, these are good changes. Like, this is all stuff that we've talked about for so long. The fact that regrowth doesn't do dick for healing unless you have Soul of the Forest and Nature's Swiftness up is so stupid. You need 2 modifiers for it to do anything. So now your regrowth healing is 70% buffed. Wild growth is 40% buffed. Okay. So you're still going to be able to Soul the Forest and press NS with regrowth and have a lot of healing, but you can actually press it without it and have decent healing. Okay. Now improve Soul the Forest to cause your next rejuve or regrowth to apply 2 additional allies. Which one's Power of the... Oh, you don't even play. That's the choice node. Okay, so that's the choice node right now between double light bloom. Okay, so I mean, you don't even play that. That's the PvE talent. Okay. Maybe you will, though. If they move it around. Regrowth healing over time reduced to 6 seconds, was 12. Rampant growth increases regrowth healing over time by 100%, was 50. Okay. Nature's Swiftness increases regrowth healing by 100%, was 200. Okay, so yeah, they're just straight up making it so that your regrowth does more outside of NS and Soul of the Forest. Okay. Yo, Goldie, what up? I mean, yeah, these are all massive changes. I linked the changes. I linked it in chat. I linked it in chat. I mean, these are massive changes. Rampant growth is the talent that makes your regrowth hot do more. And when you cast regrowth on someone, whoever has light bloom gets regrowth applied to them. That's that talent. It's above overgrowth. Okay. Is Subrogue dead? No. I'll summarize. Let me summarize the CC changes. I'll summarize them again because it's going to be a very important topic, of course. The CC changes basically do 2 things that I personally think are good for the game. It does two major things. So what they're doing is they're reducing the DR to 16 seconds, and they're reducing the actual amount of DRs to 2 instead of 3. Now, this does two things specifically that I think are good for the game. Number one, if you are very coordinated and good with CC and coordinated with your team, you will be able to spam CC people and put them into long CC chains like you could back in older expansions. So what I mean by that is, if you press stun on somebody and then press a sheep DR, and like 2 sheep DRs, and then fear or a clone DR, they will come off stun DR when they get out of that last CC, which means you can start the chain once again immediately. So essentially, if you're fighting like a rogue mage, you can literally get stunned into 2 sheeps into a fear, and then stunned again right off the fear back into 2 sheeps, and have an infinite chain. Obviously, there's gonna be counterplay to that, so don't freak out. Number 2, you will no longer have moments where you literally lose the game because you can't get a cast off because somebody presses fucking triple DR stun on you. So you can't get triple DR fear, triple DR stun, triple DR sheep, triple DR cloned and lose the game and not be able to get a cast off. So the CC changes do 2 things, which are those 2, which I think is actually good. I don't think that we should be punishing people that are good and coordinated and getting CC chains on you. But I don't think we should also, and I also don't think we should be rewarding people for triple DRing their CC and killing them because they can't get a cast off. So I'm very excited for the CC change. I think it's necessary. Outlaw Rogue would be found shot behind McDonald's, dude. We're gonna read the road changes too. Rejuvenation now shows an upgrade icon for its duration when empowered by Soul of the Forest. That's pretty cool. Or Incarnate Tree of Life. Abundance now displays the number of stacks on regrowth icon on the action bar. Swiftman relocated to the Restoration Town tree was learned at 11. Omen of Clarity relocated. Verdant Infusion now updates Swiftman's tooltip. Okay. So they're removing... Oh my god, they're removing Budding Leaves. Which one is Budding Leaves? Isn't that the Mastery one? That is, right? Oh no, that's the Light Bloom increase. Okay, when it ticks. So Budding Leaves removed. Cenarian Ward removed, thank god. Dream State, Flash of Clarity, Grove Tending, Invigorate Overgrowth. Damn, they're removing Overgrowth too? Okay, that's kind of interesting. Spring Blossoms, Twin Leaf, Undergrowth, Forest Flow. Damn, Overgrowth removal is kind of insane, but I guess you heal differently now because you're going to be able to... If you are dying with no hots, you could straight up just rejuve Swiftbend or like NS Swiftbend or like press a Life Bloom and spam Life Bloom on a target again. Okay. I mean, I feel like Druid is actually going to be fun again, healing-wise. I feel like Druid might actually be fun again, healing-wise. Okay. Evoker. Chrono Warden. Okay, guys, when does AWC start for NA? 5 o'clock, right? Bro, are we going to be reading these changes for another hour and a half? Like, how long have I been live right now? I've been live for an hour and a half. And I'm not even halfway done. Bro, I've been reading this for an hour and a half. I'm not even like a third of the way through. All right. Not bad, not bad. All right, let's just keep going. Chrono Warden. So it looks like for a lot of these hero talents, the extra talent they added is just the tier sets. That's what it seems to be. It seems like they've just added a lot of these tier sets to the new talents for the hero tree. So we get tip the scale, CD reduction, max. Yeah, so this is literally just the tier set for this season. The max damage increased up to 350%, increased by 40. So this is Chrono Flame.
Busting.
Templar Burst grants Essence Burst. Yep. Yeah, Exodor, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Goldie, thank you for the resub earlier, man. And yeah, the game looks insane so far with these changes, man. It looks like a huge overhaul. Appreciate the resub, dude. Exodor, thank you for the sub, man. Okay. Golden Opportunity has been redesigned, increases the effectiveness of Echo by 10% or the duration of Prescience by 15. The pre-science, dude. Love pre-science. Love it. Scale Commander. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so they just added a lot of this to the new talents. Cool. Disintegrates icon now changes while mass disintegrates active. Okay, some UI changes. Flame Shaper. Flame Shaper is so buns, dude. Fire Breath cooldown reduced. Okay. Fire Breath damage over time lasts 4 seconds longer. Dream Breath and Fire Breath have a 50% chance to generate Essence Burst. Consuming Essence Burst fires a Twin Flame. Okay. Twin Flame bounces. Maybe it'd be cool if Flame Shaper was actually good. Yo, next show it up. So they actually removed Engulf. Wow. So they straight up removed Engulf from Flame Shaper. Holy shit. Okay. Well, now it all makes sense what we're reading. Okay. I mean, Engulf was like super clunky. Maybe this will make people play it more. Damn. Fire Breath reaches maximum power. Dude, so maybe with max compression stacks and then Flame Shaper, you can cast a Fire Breath so fast. Okay. Devastation, new talent. Legacy of the Lightbinder, Fire Breath. Fire Breath gains an additional charge. Damn, you can double Fire Breath. Consume Flame has been redesigned. Disintegrate damage consumes 0.6 seconds of Fire Breath from enemies it damages. Detonating it for 150% of the amount consumed. Pyre consumes 3 seconds of Fire Breath from its from enemies it damages, detonating it for 150% of the amount consumed. Okay, so Pyre is just your big AoE still. Dream Breath gains an additional charge. Oh wow, so they're just straight up giving you double Dream Breath for Prez and double Fire Breath for Dev. Consume Flame has been redesigned. Verdant Embrace healing consumes 4 seconds of Dream Breath from allies it heals. Oh, wow. I mean, that's a pretty big change, too. So now you can get... If you double Dream Breath somebody, you can Verdant for a major burst heal. That's a pretty big change. Okay. So that's for Flame Shaper. Yeah, maybe Flame Shaper will be kind of cool too. Do DRs apply to pets too? I think so. I think they apply to all PvP stuff, including pets, yes. I don't know what they're doing to Shaman. I haven't gone to it yet, but I heard they're removing a bunch of shit, so I guess we'll see. Class change. Unravel has been redesigned as a passive effect. Fire Breath consumes absorb shields from enemies. Okay, so Unravel is just passive now, and you can break shields with it with Fire Breath. Okay. Berserk Strike damage increased by 50%. Leaping Flames now changes the icon for Living Flame while active. Okay, so that's just your AoE Living Flame. Another UI change. Aug Evoker. The goal of these changes is to simplify Ebonite targeting in raid environments. Since it now applies to all members of the raid, there is no need to micromanage who it should go on. There will still be some buff management gameplay with pre-science. I'm always going to call it pre-science. Have to. Before science. Which will continue to have a smart targeting option for those who do not want to swap targets between enemies and allies frequently. Overall, this should make gameplay much smoother and similar to dungeon gameplay. Cool. Aug Evoker's whack, but we'll read it anyways. Duplicate. Breath of Eon summons... Yo, Haplorn, thank you for the sub, dude. This is all for Midnight, yes. This is for the next expansion. This is for the next expansion. Yo, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you, and welcome. Guys, we're at 7 subs a day. Yo, thank you very much, man. Breath of Eon summons a version of you from the future to assist you in battle, lasting 20 seconds. Your duplicate casts Eruption and Power Spells and Living Flame. Anytime you extend Ebonmite, your duplicate is also extended equal to 50/100% of the amount you extended Ebonmite by. While your duplicate is active, your Ebonmite is 100% more effective. And Eruption deal 25% increased damage. Okay. So you just get a little whatever. You get a little clone, little ancestor. They're just giving ancestors to everybody nowadays, man. Crazy. New talent Clairvoyant. Motes of possibility may now grant pre-signs to allies and have a 10% increased chance to activate. Regenerative Cheatin' has been redesigned. I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's the damage for your scales. Okay, blistering scales no longer lose charges and deals 20% more damage. Ebonmite grants more stats, or more primary stat. Ebonmite is now applied to all damage dealing allies. Okay. Ebonmite now splits its effect when applied to more than 2 other allies and is no longer limited to 2 max applications. Okay. So you don't just get massive 8% on everyone in the raid or in your group. Brother Beyond's debuff, Temporal Wound, is now visible to all allies and indicates how much damage it accumulates on the Aura tooltip. Cool. That's kind of nice that you can actually know how much it's going to do. Temporal Wound now reduces its effect when Ebonmite is applied to more than 2 allies. Breath of Eons accumulates 15% of damage, was 10. Defy Fate healing increased by 100%. Molten Blood absorption increased by 30%. That's your Blistering Shield. Okay. Inferno's Blessing now to only targets you and 1 nearby ally. New visual of a flame sprite added to the to represent the blessing. Okay. I don't even know what this is, man. What is this shit? I'll log on a dragon. Log on the class we're reading about. Let's see. Log on a dragon. Okay. Infernal Blessing. So Defy Fate is your cheat death on AUG, isn't it? So I guess they're buffing that by 100%. Inferno Blessing. Let's see. Okay, so you don't even play Inferno Blessing in PvP, but Inferno Blessing was your... Inferno Blessing was... Fire Breath grants Infernal Blessing for 8.9 seconds to you and your allies affected by Ebonmite. Okay. So you just get a damage proc. So they actually buffed your damage proc with Infernal Blessing if you play that. Okay. Rockfall has been removed. So Rockfall just gave you an Essence Burst. And you casted Upheaval faster, but that's getting removed. And Ignition Rush has been relocated and increased the damage. Okay. Ignition Rush is your Essence Burst, gives your Eruption faster cast speed. Okay. So now that's going to give you more damage. Oh no, it looks yeah, it just gives you more damage. Okay. So that's Aug Evoker. Dev Evoker. Let's see. Devastation is one of our simpler caster specializations. Oh, you can say that again. You can say that 5 more times. We feel most rotational spells and talents already align with our approachability goals. At midnight, we're removing Shattering Star and Firestorm. Oh, okay. And adding some fresh talents in their stead to continue to evolve gameplay, including a talent that allows Deep Breath to be used a second time. We're also updating Flame Shaper talents by removing Engulf and having the Keystone grant an additional charge of Fire Breath with some gameplay around managing Fire Breath's damage over time effect. Did Windwalker get anything? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. Rose need buffs. Can't believe I'm hearing myself say this. Nice, dude. I guess we'll see. We'll see. Apex talents. Okay. Okay, so they're not done with this yet? New talent, Star Salvo. Increases Shattering Star damage by 35%. Shattering Stars are exhaled at all of your Eternity Surge targets. Okay. Azure Sweep. Eternity Surge upgrades your next... My lights flicker. Upgrade your next Azure Strike to Azure Sweep. Okay, so you get a big cleave when you Eternity Surge on Dev now with Azure Strike. Second Exhale. Deep Breath deals 20% increased damage and can be cast again within 18 seconds of being used. In PvP, Deep Breath damage is instead reduced by 20%. I mean, I feel like it's kind of fitting that in a new expansion where they're making a bunch of really cool changes, that Dev Evoker gets one of the dumbest sounding changes in the game. Like, out of all the changes that I've read so far, they all look pretty cool. They all look like they're going to make the game feel a lot better. And then you just have Dragon, where you can double Deep Breath and fly around the fucking map. So it's very fitting that Devastation Evoker is going to be able to double Deep Breath around the map. That is, I don't know if this talent is even going to be good to play, but it is very fitting that Dev will be able to do that. Just double NASCAR and fly around the map, bro. That's very fitting to Evoker. Very, very fitting. Okay. That's funny. All right. Shattering Star has been redesigned as a passive called Shattering Stars. Wow. Eternity Surge releases a Shattering Star at your target that deals 50% more damage per empower level reached. Okay, so Shattering Star is your damage buff, your modifier, and they're just redesigning that to be a passive that shoots out stars when you press Eternity Surge. Okay. And then you have a talent here that makes it better. So that's just big AoE damage is what it looks like. This is going to be big AoE for Dev. Honed Aggression has been redesigned. Increase the crit chance of your spells by 2/4. Engulfing Blaze has been redesigned. Now increases the damage of Living Flame by 10%. Reduces cast time by 0.3. I'm going to search that. So, okay, so Engulfing Blaze right now is that's your damage buff and cast reduction, or cast increase. But this is going to reduce the damage modifier, but make the cast faster. Okay. Pyre damage increased by 20%. Charge Blast increase the damage of Pyre by 2 per stack. Feed the Flames now activates after casting 6 Pyres. Arcane Intensity now also increases the damage of Azure Strike. Eternity Span now only affects Eternity Surge. Eternity Spam is Eternity Surge and Shattering Star hit twice as many targets. Okay, so that's a double thing, but that only affects Surge. Several talents have changed positions in the talent tree. The following talents have been removed. Okay, so the biggest thing here is they're removing Shattering Star, which is just your modifier. Firestorm, I don't think you play in PvP. Yeah, you don't play Firestorm. Damn. So I feel like this is crazy. So I mean, they said it in the patch notes, but they quite literally want Dev Evoker to be like the most noob friendly class you can play in the entire game. They said it themselves in the developer notes. So Dev Evoker now literally has like even less buttons, because before you have to press Shattering Star, that's your modifier, but now you don't. So you actually have less buttons. They actually have less buttons on Dev Evoker than you do now for Midnight. That's fucking sick. That is sick. I'm gonna be playing this class as my ult for sure. There's no way, dude. I need to just have a Dev at all times as the ult. It's the red of casters? Yeah, I mean... No... Yeah, it's definitely like... Yeah. You have less buttons, dude. Why are you saying buttons that way? Like what? Buttons? Do you want me to say buttons? 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 Buttons. Exactly. Karmar, what up, dude? Damn, so Dev is getting double deep breath where you can just straight up NASCAR around the map and you have less buttons because you don't have Shattering Start. I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I guess they want Dev to be the easiest class and have 0 buttons. That's kind of how it works. that's just how they want Dev Evoker to be, bro. So, all right. All right, Frez. Preservation's gameplay has always revolved around planning large healing moments and rotating a series of powerful cooldowns to deliver healing. We would like to simplify the planning gameplay by lowering the number of cooldowns they are juggling and by changing one of their largest healing combos, Lifebind. To compensate for lost power, their bread and butter healing spells will be more effective, and particularly Emerald Blossom, Verdant Embrace, and Dream Breath. We are also making several quality of life adjustments. Dream Breath's range is increased to 40 yards. That's a massive change. Dream Flight now protects the Evoker while they are flying. Did that not already do that? Evokers now have the option to talent into a ranged version of Verdant Embrace. Wow, so they're doing a lot to Evoker. Holy shit. No, the open bracket is an hour and a half for NA. I think EU is already over, though. Okay. The end goal is that preservation style of delivering healing is more intuitive and easier to pick up while still being unique and dragon-like. Apex talents. Marithra's Blessing. Essence abilities have a chance to infuse your next reversion with the power of the green dragonflight, upgrading it to Marithra's Blessing. Marithra's Blessing. Spring a bloom of life from your target, healing them and up to 5 other allies within 30 yards. Blooms may heal your primary target multiple times if no nearby injured allies are present. Okay. Interesting. That's your reversion. Reversion protects allies. 2/4% of all damage taken. Okay, so you actually get a tiny damage reduction on reversion. That's interesting. So you're going to have a 4% damage reduction on reversion, basically. I'm assuming that's going to be nerfed with double reversion. So if you have double, you'll have 8. I'm assuming that would be nerfed, and they won't have it like that for PvP. But I mean, that's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. Dream Breath's instant healing is increased by 125%, and Dream Breath has a 100% chance to grant Marithra's Blessing. I mean, the reversion change is massive, actually. This is kind of crazy. Are we happy or sad? Well, we are still like 1/3 of the way through all of the notes for next expansion. And so far, I'm very pleasantly surprised with what they're doing. And I am very excited for it. And I have a little bit of hope left for WoW. And I'm annoyed that I have hope. I'm happy for it, but I'm also annoyed that I have hope. I'd rather just have no hope at all. But I'm going to try to stay calm. NWC is starting in an hour and a half for NA. I'm going to try to stay calm, and I'm not going to get too excited, because the last time I got excited, the expansion ended up being complete trash. So I'm going to try to read all the changes. I'm going to digest all the information, and I'm going to stay calm. Me, when the BFA trailer dropped, I was really excited for BFA. What they presented was not what they actually did, which is the problem. What they presented with BFA, with like the Azerite traits and shit, was just not what you got, and it was insane. So, because if you remember BFA, they made it seem like it was going to be this expansion with a bunch of customization that was super easy to do and going to be really sick. And then we all know how that turned out. It was the biggest grind expansion ever. So I was excited for BFA, and it crashed and burned. So I'm going to try to not... I'm going to try to hold back now. Yeah, PvP islands were a thing too. I actually thought the island expeditions for the PvP expeditions were going to be super sick. And they actually were at first, if anyone didn't remember. At first, they were actually really cool. And then, you know what they did? I think it was like the third week of the expansion, when it was the Demolisher week, when they added Demolishers to island expeditions. And suddenly, PvP expos were fucking trash. Like, it was actually a really fun thing to do. And then they added the Demolishers that just one-shot all of the mobs and one-shot all the players, and it immediately killed PvP Island Expos. Immediately killed it. Third week of the expansion. Third week of the expansion. BFA was like the biggest crash and burn for me. I was so excited for that expansion, and it just plummeted into hell, dude. That expansion was such just generational disappointment, that's for sure. All right, let's keep going. Verdant Embrace healing is increased by 40%. New talent. In addition, it no longer causes you to leap to your target. Okay, so this is what we saw in the notes. So they're actually making it so your Verdant doesn't launch you to your person now, which is kind of insane. Kind of insane. Verdant Embrace may be used up to 3 times within 5 seconds with no cooldown. Bro, are you going to be able to just fucking spam leap to all your targets? That actually sounds kind of sick. That sounds like Mistwalk. If you guys remember Mistwalk from WoD, or was that Legion? It might have been the start of Legion. Monk had a talent called Mistwalk, and it was an instant heal. It was basically, Mistwalk was basically Verdant Embrace. That's what Mistwalk was. But you leapt to your target. Like, you ported to your target, and it had a big instant heal. Damn. I wonder if... that actually sounds kind of fun. That sounds kind of fun, just like having crazy mobility. Okay. Casting Emerald Blossom causes your next Echo to cast. Okay, so this is PvE. Inner Flame. For 15-20 seconds after casting Stasis or Dreamflight, your healing over time is increased by 60%, and your chance to cause Essence Burst is 100%. Okay. Interesting. They keep putting... It's multiple mentions of Dreamflight now. I wonder if you'll play that. Okay. Field of Dreams has been redesigned. Now causes every other Emerald Blossom to have a 100% chance for one of your fluttering seedlings to grow into a new Emerald Blossom. Empath has been redesigned. Now functions with all Empower spells. Okay. Spiritual Clarity has been redesigned. Now reduces the cooldown of Dream Breath by 10 seconds. All healing increased by 5. Lightbind now transfers 60%, was 40. Oh, but you can't echo it. Oh, okay. So Lightbind is more powerful now, but you can't put it on multiple targets. Verdant Embrace healing increased. Emerald Blossom healing increased. Dream Breath's cone size has been increased to 40 yards. So this was a massive change we saw in the notes. They're actually making Dream Breath have 40 yards for Evoker now. Which, if you are an Evoker player, this is a massive change. This is a massive quality of life change for Evoker. So it's going to be very, very difficult to get ranged on your Dream Breath. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Stasis and Dream Breath are now a choice node in the center of the tree. Or Dream Flight. Oh, you have to choose between those two. Okay.
Busting makes me feel good.
Yo, Jamie, thank you for the 9 months, dude. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. You think Evoker's low-key the best healer? I mean, I wouldn't say it's low-key, but I think Evoker, Shaman, and Holy Priest are the best healers at the moment. I don't know if one is better than the other. Like part of me thinks maybe Evoker's the best, but I think Shamans are really good, and I think Holy Priest is also really insane as well. Like maybe in a shuffle standpoint, Evoker and Shaman are the best two. But in a 3 standpoint, there are 3s, it's different because I think Holy Priest is a lot better in 3s with good comps. Like I think Holy Priest is really, really, really strong right now. Dreamflight healing is increased by 25%. Healing outside of raid increased by 250. Oh wow, so Dreamflight's actually going to be a real spell. Dreamflight now absorbs damage you take while in flight up to 100% of your max health. Okay. Titan's Gift now causes Essence Burst to increase the effectiveness of your next Essence ability by 35%, was 25. Dream Breath now has a different icon when it's echoed. Damn, they're removing Spirit Bloom. And Communion is going to be a PvP talent? Whoa. What is Cycle of Life? Okay, so Cycle of Life is an Emerald Blossom talent. It's a PvE talent. Okay, so wow, they're actually removing Spirit Bloom. Huh. Dude, they're doing so many changes, man. So Communion's going to be a PvP talent. They're removing Spirit Bloom. That's actually insane. Okay. Hunter. What's the bracket looking like now? Are people actually playing so, or is EU completely done? Nope, it's been done for a while. Damn, so we're actually just waiting. We're waiting on the live stream, all right? And it starts in an hour. Hunter. Dark Ranger. Black Arrow's periodic damage, a small chance to rouse the dead, summoning a dark minion to fight alongside you. Corpse Caller, it's your new talent for Dark Ranger. When summoning a dire beast, you have a 10% chance to summon a Dark Hound. Bloodshed True Shot summons a Dark Hound and Dark Minion and replaces Bloodshed True Shot with Wailing Arrow. Okay. Blighted Quiver. You fire 2 additional black arrows during Withering Fire. Withering Fire's Barrage. Damage bonuses to Trick Shot and Aspect of the Hydra. Okay. Pact of the Hollow. Aim Shot causes the Dark Minion to fire a Blighted Arrow, dealing moderate shot damage up to 8 enemies. So just AoE talent here. Okay. So Black Arrow's gonna have more periodic damage. Cool. Soul Drinker, Kill Command and Barb Shot. Cause Kill Command and Barb Shot to have a chance to grant Death Blow. Okay. You get auto shot damage with Dark Ranger. Okay. Phantom Pain removed. Okay. That was that shit that was bugged, one-shotting everyone. Okay, so it looks like you're just getting small damage buffs and like AoE procs and stuff for Dark Ranger. Yeah. Withering Fire has been updated now. Activates from Bloodshed for Beast Mastery. No longer periodically grants Death Blow for Beast Mastery. Black Arrow Keystone talent now grants Black Arrow to Beast Mastery. Okay. Pack Leader. This is the current BM tree. Your auto attacks grant 2 focus to you and your pet. Okay. Auto attack damage increased. Mastery increased. More Cobra Shot damage. Okay. Damage bonus to your Wyvern is increased. Okay. Lasts longer as well. Damage of your bear's rend flesh. Okay, so your bear dot summon. Stampede. This is your tier set. They're adding it to a talent as a talent tier tree. Lower Barb Shot CD. Hawkshire has been updated. No longer affects mongoose by rep strike now. Increases hatch toss damage and causes it to strike 1 additional target per stack. When your beast is summoned, it is joined by 2 dire beasts, such Yersin Fury. Okay. No Mercy has been updated. The damage of your bleed effects increased by 20%. Okay. So it looks like they're keeping emphasis on bleeds for BM, for pack leader at least. You have a lot of bleeds as that spec. Boar now charges once per summon, once 3 times. Boar charge primary and secondary target damage increased by 300%. So stuff like this, I'm sure that they're going to nerf in PvP because boar charge right now hits 3 times, but it hits you for like 1.5 to 2 million sometimes. So if you added all these talents to the game right now, the boar charge would just proc and hit you for 6 mil. So yeah, they're probably going to nerf that in PvP, I would imagine. But that would be next expansion, so obviously we have to see what the scaling. Bear base damage and stats scaling reduced. Okay. Interesting. Survival of the fittest now summons a turtle to aid you, further increasing its damage reduction by 10%. Following talents have been removed. Okay. Yeah, they're doing another item, eye level squish, like stat squish. Okay, Sentinel. After casting True Shot, takedown is replaced by Moonlight Chakram for 15 seconds. Okay. You throw a Chakram. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to start reading through this shit as fast as possible. We got to keep going. Grants you lock and load. Oh, nice. Charge a Wild Bomb as well. And you get Sentinel's Mark. Okay. When your Moonlight Chakram inspires, it summons an explosion of moonlight. Dealing, so it's another AoE proc. So a lot of these changes for their talents just give AoE procs to all these DPS. Deals more damage each time it bounces. Considering precise shots and rapid strike is a 10% chance to increase or to summon your Sentinel Owl. Apply Sentinel Mark, reducing the cooldown of aim shot and wildfire bombs by 2/6 seconds. Okay. New talent Stargazer, consuming precise shots. It's 2% critical strike damage for 10 seconds, but you can overlap them. Okay. Volley damage increased. You apply Sentinel Mark. Sentinel marks further increase the damage of aim shot, wildfire bomb. Okay. 10/50. That sounds like a drastic change, but I guess that means 50 for wildfire, 10 for aim shot. I would assume. More damage bonuses. An additional 25% of rapid fire's damage is dealt as arcane damage. Okay. That's kind of cool that you get some like sustained dot after you rapid fire. Like a small dot here. Can you double tap that still? You probably could. You could definitely double tap, and then I'm assuming it would just get more. You'd have a bigger dot from that. Okay. Your movement speed is increased by 8%. Aspect of the shield's cooldown is reduced by 60. It's a choice node with Scout's Vigil. Okay. So this is stealth detection, whatever. New talent, Lunar Calling. Feathered Frenzy further increases your chance to summon Sentinel Owl during True Shot by 10%. Okay. Takedown summons your Sentinel Owl for survival. Sentinel's redesigned. Your Eagle is replaced with a Sentinel Owl that applies an enhanced Sentinel Mark. Increase the damage taken by your aim shot. Same thing with your bomb for survival. Dude, there are so many changes, man. You get a shield when you consume your Sentinel Mark on Hunter now? Okay. Some self-healing for Hunter there. Interesting. Sentinel Mark's consumed summons a barrage of 4 lunar missiles. Steady Shot Kill Command grant additional 5 focus and its damage increased by 20%. Max focus increased by 25. Following talents have been removed. Kill Shot got removed to the Mark's talent tree. Holy shit. Bully, what up? I'm chilling, dude. I'm just reading all these notes. Hunter's Mark. Now increase the damage taken by 3%, was 5% above 80. Oh, so now Hunter's Mark is just straight up 3% damage increase instead of above 80%. Okay, so it's actually important to put up your Hunter's Mark. Class Fantasy, baby. BM. Not reading all that. The Beast Within. Reduce the cooldown of Beast of Wrath by 30/60 seconds. That's a new talent. Command your pets to attack all enemies near them. New talent as well. Wild Thrash AoE talent. Frenzy, increased attack speed. Jagged Wounds, all bleed damage dealt by you and your pets increased by 10%. It's another new talent. Crit damage talent. This is a minor crit increase. Minor pet damage increase. Brutal Companion has been redesigned. Barb Shot has a 25% chance to cause your pet to use its special attack and deal 50% bonus damage. Okay. Stomp damage increased. Bestial Wrath commands all active pets to stop. Okay, so when you press Bestial Wrath now, it just insta stomps. Okay. 200% effectiveness. So you have if you have a bunch of pets out like Dire Beasts and stuff, you can just stomp. Okay. Summertime Strikes have been redesigned. Now increase the critical damage of Cobra Shot by 50%. When you bloodshed, your Bob Shot damage happens 100% faster for 12 seconds. Okay, so when you bloodshed, your Barb Shot just ticks way faster. Okay. Cool. So bloodshed's like a modifier too. It's a / modifier. Or just like a damage buff. Okay. High sustain for Bestial Wrath. Or BM, Beast Mastery, what am I saying? Seems like they just want BM to have super high sustain. Wild Instincts redesign. Whenever your primary pet uses Stomp, you'll fire a free Barb Shot at your target, not already affected by Barb Shot. Okay. So more Barb Shot uptime. Barb Shot has been updated. Barb Shot's bleed is now a rolling periodic. Dire Frenzy has been updated. Dire Beast damage increased. Okay, so they nerfed Dire Beast damage from Dire Frenzy. They nerfed this talent. 100% chance to reset the cooldown of Kill Command for War Orders. Kill Command damage increased by 50%. Wow. Beast Cleave duration increased. Beast Cleave now activates when you Wild Thrash instead of Multi-Shot, which is this talent up here. Okay. Bestial Wrath initial damage increased substantially. Initial damage increased substantially and now increases player and pet damage by 20%. Was 30. Okay. Scented Blood's no longer 2-point node. So they removed like the reset, poison barb, serpent sting thing. They removed multi-shot. Okay. These are the changes, yeah. Okay, so a lot of sustain like increase for BM. Marks. Newtown Deathblow. Aim shot has a 20% chance to reset the cooldown of kill shot and cause your next cast to be usable on any target regardless of current health. Crit damage dealt by your abilities and auto attacks increased by 5/10. You get lock and load when you volley. Okay. Aspect of the Hydra has been updated. I don't even know what that is. No longer extends True Shot. Now reduces the cast time and focus cost of aim shot during True Shot. Cool. That's your big cooldown. Just CD of volley. 2% increased haste. Crit damage bonus reduced to 25% of crit chance was 40. Okay. And then Master Marksman gave you 10% of the damage of a critical strike instead of 15. So your bleed got nerfed. Okay. Aim shot damage increased by 50%. Does not affect PvP. They fixed tooltips. Oh, they did remove double tap. Okay. Wow. They keep adding and removing double tap, so they removed it again. Interesting. And then Razor Fragments, which is your crit buff, right? That's from this, or that's getting put to this. Okay. Resto Shaman when? Soon, man. Soon. Whatever. Do you want me to just do healers, man? We'll do healers. We'll do healers just for you. Just for you, because I love you. I'll read DPS later. Just for you. Let's see. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Look how many changes there are, dude. Monk. This is Windwalker. This is Windwalker. Class changes. New talent. Jade Infusion. Thunder Focus T summons a Jade Serpent statue at your location. Choice node with Jade Serpent statue. Okay. Save Them All has been redesigned. Now increases your healing by up to 10% based on your target's health. Okay, so this, instead of being a proc, like a low HP proc, which I think it was like a, whatever the priest one is called. Now it's just a shaman mastery. Okay. Diffuse magic has been redesigned. Now causes activating fortifying brew to transfer all currently active harmful magical effects on you back to the original caster if possible. Okay, so now you have diffuse in your wall. Interesting. It's just a passive. Soothing Mist healing increased by 50%. I wonder if that affects statue. Probably not. Vivacious Vivification no longer increases the healing of Vivify and now functions with Shalen's gift. Is that also functions with Shalen's gift? Or I would assume it also functions with Shalen's, not just removing it. So now you get both. I mean, I don't really mind this. So you still get instant Vivify again, but now it's with Shalen's. They removed Cheebur's class, RSK only for brew. Okay. This is interesting. You get an instant when you Shaylin. So now maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be a good thing now to 4-stack Shaylins sometimes. Like maybe if you have 4 stacks instead of 10 for your clouds, you could just Shaylins to get an instant Vivify maybe. Okay. Let's scroll down here to get to Mistweaver. Here we go. Mistweaver. Mistweaver's midnight updates are focused on simplifying simplifying moment-to-moment decision-making, tracking, and streamlining their cooldown moments. We're also removing Jadefire Stomp's positional gameplay as we felt this did not match our combat approachability goals. Way of the Crane and Way of the Serpent is now a choice node worth highlighting as well, which is something new. We're trying to highlight different aspects of Mistweaver's toolkit in particular based on a player's preferred style. Our hope is that both options have relevant situations in which they are useful and therefore encourage solid build diversity between content and also players' individual preferences. So, once again, if you are not a strong reader, basically, they want Monk to not have to worry about sitting in Jadefire's Stomp, number one. Number two, they want Monk to actually be able to choose between caster and melee. Interesting. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what they do because they spent 2 expansions back to back trying to force Monk into this like melee playstyle and trying to incorporate fist weaving more and more from last expansion and this expansion. And now in these notes that they're saying that they want you to have some diversity and be able to choose what you like. So I guess we'll see. Apex Talent, Spirit Font. So this is your new talent. Rising Sun Kick and Vilify have a chance to activate Spirit Font, causing your next enveloping mist to channel Soothing Mist from you onto up to 5 allies at 50% effectiveness for 8 seconds. If Spirit Font's Soothing Mist heal a full health target, it will jump to another injured ally or split its healing into your remaining Soothing Mist. Is that going to be like an unkickable Soothing Mist, or is this going to be you activate Spirit Font with enveloping and then you just start fucking getting kicked instantly? You start getting kick-botted. Okay. Rising Sun Kick's damage increased by 10/20 and enveloping mist healing increased by 10/20. These bonuses are increased by 50% while Spirit Font is active. Okay. Where are the notes? There you go. Thunder Focus Tea activates Spirit Font, and Spirit Font applies Chi Cocoons at 50% effectiveness to allied targets. Cool. Okay, so Thunder Focus Tea, once again, is just a major cooldown for you. I'm assuming you're going to be able to kick this Soothing Mist from Spirit Font, which is going to be weird, but I guess we'll see. New talent. Serene Vitality. The healing of Vivify and Shalen's Gift is increased by 60% on yourself. Okay, so you have more healing on yourself. Overrides Expel Harm. Battle Meditation. Mastery and versatility increased. Haste and crit chance increased. Mist dispersion. Allied heals by shield and skip receive 1% additional healing from all sources for 15 seconds per cloud of mist consumed. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so when you Shalens, if you max stack Shalens, you get a 10% healing increase from all sources too, not just monk. Okay. Why they're moving voice shift from priest? I don't know. There's probably less cooldowns in the game, probably. Way of the Serpent. Soothing Mist may be applied, may be channeled while moving. Interesting. But movement speed is reduced by 40% while channeling. Vivify healing is increased by 15%, and Renewing Mist healing is increased by 30%. Choice node with Way of the Crane. Okay. Tear of Morning has been redesigned. Your Invigorating Mist Shalen's gift healing is increased by 20%, and your Enveloping Mist also heals allies with Renewing Mist for 8% of its healing. The duration of Enveloping Mist is increased by 4% while you have a Celestial summoned. Okay. So this Tear of Morning change is also giving you Shalen's healing, which is interesting, instead of just the Renewing Mist Vivify healing. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Uplifted Spirits has been redesigned. Now reduces the cooldown revival by 30 seconds and increases its healing by 15. Okay, lower revival CD. Shalen's, oh, here we go. That's why this happened. Shalen's gift has been updated. It overrides Vivify when learned. Healing increased by 25% and mana cost now matches Vivify. Shalen's gift can be cast without any clouds present and can be cast during Soothing Mist. Functions with all talents that interact with Vivify. Okay, so basically they're making it so your Vivify... I'm so confused because up here... Okay, so your class tree, your Vivacious Vivification works with Shalen's too, but Shalen's replaces your Vivify. Okay. So Shalen's is still going to have the clouds. You're still going to generate clouds that make it do more healing, but now... Okay. So now you're still going to be able to proc... Well, I'm assuming that they're removing that talent. We just have to keep reading. I'm assuming they're going to remove that talent. But basically, Shalen's is replacing your Vivify, and you're still going to generate Mist, maybe? But that's like your big burst heal still? Okay. If you talent it. Renewing Mist is now learned automatically. Cool. Vivify primary healing is increased by 60% and no longer reduces its healing beyond 5 targets. Vivify now tracks the amount of active Renewing Mists you have on its action bar bind. Cool. Chi Harmony now increases healing by 25%, was 50. Lotus Infusion now increases healing by 6%, was 10. So this is your passive heal increase with Renewing. This is your first 8-second increase. Enveloping Mist healing over time effect has been increased by 60%, but its healing increase has been decreased. Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool. So you don't have to, you're not going to have to worry. They're buffing your healing so that you don't have to have Renewing Mist on people to get big healing anymore. Or at least helping it so that you don't have to rely on only having Enveloping Mist up as another modifier. I mean, so far this is good. They're making it so you have less reliance on modifiers to heal. Good. That's what it should be. Okay. Waking Jadefire has been renamed to Way of the Crane. Okay, so we're back to Legion, baby. Is now a passive effect that does not require to be within Jadefire's Stomp. Okay. So this is just passive. You don't have to stand in your Jadefire's Stomp anymore for your extra Ancient Teaching ceiling. Soothing Mist now falls to target of your Enveloping Mist and Vivify / Shalen's. Yep. Okay. Invigorating Mist has now increased the healing of Shalen's gift by 75% on its primary target. Okay. That's massive. Thunder Focus Tea can no longer be used on Expel Harm or Vivify. Interesting. Darkmints, what up? Manatee's cost reduction functionality has been removed, but its mana return has been increased. Okay, so right now you can actually Manatee to save mana because you get a mana cost reduction for 1 second with each stack of Manatee you use. So if you Manatee 5 stacks, you get a mana cost reduction for 5 seconds after you're done casting Manatee. And they're just removing that and giving you more mana. Cool. Jadefire Teachings is now always active and no longer lasts 15 seconds. Wait, what? Damn, so if you play Fistweaver, you always have the Fistweaving buff. That's a pretty big change. I don't like that. How do Wiz do? They haven't played yet. NA starts in an hour. In an hour. What was I reading? Damn, so Jadefire Teachings is just going to be baseline now. It's just going to be active the whole time. Okay. Celestial Harmony no longer causes you to cast Enveloping Breath, but causes your next to Enveloping Mist to be instant cast after invoking Yulon. Oh, and you to instant gain 4 stacks of Teaching in the Monastery after invoking Chi-Ji. Think about you. Okay, so your Serpent is actually going to give you instant enveloping too. That's kind of cool. So you get instant enveloping. You can watch the open bracket here. They don't show all the games though, and it's not an official broadcast or anything. There's no commentary or anything. But that's where you can watch some of the games if people aren't streaming. They filter through a lot of it. I mean, some of these changes are kind of cool. I still fucking hate Fistweaving. I think Fistweaving is so shit for the game. Melee mechanics, like damage healing mechanics, are so shit for the game when it becomes all that you do. So when you have mechanics like Way of the Crane, like Fistweaving and Dragonflight, like Melee Wings, where you basically eliminate any sort of rot comps and any sort of cleave because every spell you do just tops your team instantly, I think that's a problem. When it's quite literally topping your entire team. So if you look at all of these examples, it's a problem. If you look at Way of the Crane and Melee Wings and Legion, if you look at Way of the Crane, even in BFA, there was a couple moments where it was still good, but it was still heavily nerfed. Melee Wings in BFA though was very similar in like one season. If you look at the Fistweaving and Dragonflight, if you look at your Melee Wings in Season 1 Dragonflight as well for Pally, it becomes a problem. If you look at Voidweaver now, another great example, Voidweaver now heals with damage, so your atonement on Voidweaver is like 60% of your healing, 70% of your healing. That is a problem. So damn. Yo, Jason, what up? Are we back next X-Pack or what? So I haven't gotten to Rogue yet, but I've heard a lot of people hate Rogue. But I will say, from reading all the other stuff so far, if you want me to give you a completely honest opinion, I think that I think that next expansion is going to be pretty sick, to be honest. I think next expansion is actually going to be pretty sick. At first glance. Obviously, it could be complete bullshit. The game could come out. It could suck. We don't know. It could suck. It could be amazing. But, I mean, they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of changes. So, I'm actually pretty excited for next expansion. I'm pretty excited for next expansion. I think it might be fucking sick. So, we'll see. They're doing a lot. They're changing CC. I don't know if you saw that. They're changing CC. They're removing a lot of cooldowns from a lot of different classes. And then the add-on thing is happening next expansion too, where they're removing a bunch of add-ons. So that's happening too. They're redesigning fucking every DPS spec in some ways. So I think there's a lot that goes on for next expansion that'll be sick. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I think melee... I think any sort of melee mechanic is rough. Major cope, is it? I don't really think that's cope at all. I think it's a very I feel like that's a very logical stance to take, you know? Very logical observation to make is that the game right now sucks. The game right now sucks. The game has been sucking for a long time and has been on this roller coaster of making good changes and bad changes and making good changes and bad changes while also making the game way more chaotic and way more overwhelming for new players and players in general. And it looks like this expansion is addressing a lot of that. And they're fixing add-ons, aka removing a lot of them and trying to fix the base UI. So I think it's a very logical observation to make. Wouldn't say it's cope at all. I think it's a big step in the right direction. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So this is pretty cool. So when you cast your Celestial, you actually get instant enveloping. You get 2 instant envelopings so instead of just only having it with your Thunder Focus Tea, which is pretty sick. And you actually get 4 stacks of your Blackout Kick. So if you're Fist Weaving, you get that when you press Chi-Ji. So this is a pretty cool talent change. Oh wow. Okay, so when you invoke Chi-Ji, the Red Crane always causes enveloping mist to be instant cast and costs less mana. Okay. So Chi-Ji is going to give you instant enveloping the whole time. Okay. Interesting. Tia Serenity now grants a stack of enveloping mist or renewing mist. Okay, so they changed the T's too. That's kind of cool. Tia Plenty grants enveloping or RSK. Okay, so this is what they're changing. They're taking away Peer into Peace, which is a soothing talent. They're taking away Jadefire Stomp. They're taking away Invoker's Delight, and then Xiaohao's Lessons, which is the buff from Shaylin's. Which healer has had the best changes so far? I don't know. I've only read 2. I've only read Monk and Druid.
Makes me feel good.
Yo, Wall of 4, thank you for the Prime, dude. Appreciate the resub, man. I've only read Monk and Druid got some really cool changes too. I think Druid's going to be a lot of fun next expansion too. It looks like they got some nice quality of life changes, nice redesign. It's called Midnight because we're about to be in another Fistweaver era. We'll see. We'll see. I hope not, though. I really hope not. Make a tier list. Anything about modifiers? Well, they've changed a lot of modifiers for classes so far. All right, let's keep reading. So that was Monk. I mean, I'm kind of excited about the Monk one. I'm kind of excited for Monk. I think some of these changes are kind of cool. The Shaylin's Vivify thing is kind of weird, but overall kind of cool. Hey, Serge, can you tell me how to play Oracle Disc in Midnight? I cannot. Paladin. Let's go to Holy Pally. You talent Walk into Light. You have a 100% chance to gain Blessing of Anshe, and generate 2 Holy Power after casting Avenging Wrath. Okay, Dawn Light increased. Dawn Light duration increased by 0.5 seconds when it heals an ally with full health. Dawn Light's duration increased by 0.3 seconds whenever it is struck by Divine Storm or Templars. Dawn Light crit chance increased by 15% during Wrath. You get 2 charges now. Okay. May now accumulate 2 charges and now increases the damage or healing of your next Holy Shock or Judgment. Okay, so you can get 2 charges now, but it's not a 200% buff anymore. Interesting. There you go. Okay. Let's scroll down here. Class changes. Killing an enemy that yields. Okay, it's irrelevant. Fear duration on you reduced by 20%. This effect is increased to 60% during Wrath. Okay, that's a crazy change. Holy shit. Oh, I linked the wrong one. My bad. There you go. I forgot I'm linking the WoW stream too. Okay, so this is a pretty cool talent. So you can actually press wings. So you're going to get passive fear reduction, but you can actually reduce your own wings. Or you can reduce your own fear by just pressing wings. So if you're about to get CC'd, you can press wings to reduce it. Or you can just stay like on top of a lock or something with wings up to kind of force him maybe to press CC and like get DRs out of the way. That's kind of an interesting change. Okay. Going to be hard to get CC on your wings. Good for Holy Pally, obviously for Ret. Pretty OP as well, so interesting. Holy Ritual has been redesigned. No longer functions with Blessing or Freedom. No longer triggers when a blessing fades, but healing increased by 2,000%. Okay. So when you press Bop or when you press Sack, you're going to do... That is disgusting. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, you're going to do... How much does it do now? Holy Ritual right now heals for like 300k or something. Something garbo. Let's log on a Pally. But it heals twice. And it works on Freedom too. Okay. Let's see, do I have any games? Let's see. So my Holy Ritual in this game is healing for 200k. Okay, so I mean, you're going to do... Your Holy Ritual would do, if they added that talent right now, would do 4 million if you press Sack on somebody or Bop. I mean, that's actually kind of nice. I feel like if you're a Pally player, that's kind of nice. Like, if you're a Holy Pally and your teammate's dying, pressing Sack on them not only puts up, you know, Sack and is a good spell to press, good cooldown, but also will heal them for a lot. You get a nice, like, instant heal when you press Sack. Okay. I mean, that's kind of a nice change. Vengeful Wrath's been redesigned. Hammer of Wrath deals damage. Okay, blah blah blah. So that's good for Ret. Doesn't matter for Holy really. Maybe Holy could do some damage though. Damage taken reduced by up to 10%, increasing as your health decreases. Okay. Blessing of Dawn has been redesigned. While you are above 85% health, 5% of all damage taken by allies within 20 yards is redirected to you. Okay, so you have a weird, like, passive Sack. Shield of Vengeance has been updated. Retribution only talent. Divine Protection reduces damage taken by additional 10%. Cast Shield of Vengeance. Shield of Vengeance remains the same. Moved from the Ret talent tree. Moved from the red talent tree. Okay, so they're just making this... They're making Shield of Vengeance for Rets only in the class tree, but your wall's going to be better for everyone? That's weird. Okay. All Holy Power spending ability and healing and damage increased by 20%. Adjust Reward and Obduracy are now 2-point talents. What is that? Obduracy. Oh, that's your speed talent. Okay, so Adjust Reward is your Dispel heal. That's going to be a 2-point talent. Interesting. Following talents have been removed. Judgment of Light, Garbo, of Dusk and Dawn, Seal the Crusader. Okay. Holy. Holy Prism has moved to the class tree from the Holy Tree and is now a choice node with Divine Toll. Ah, that's weird. So you can have... I mean, I guess I'm going to read the Holy Pally change in a second, but are you going to be able to have Prism and Barrier? Because you have to choose with Divine Toll now. That's kind of interesting. Cooldown increased to 45, was 30. Okay. Quickened Invocation now reduces the cooldown of Divine Toll, Holy Prism, Barrier, Faith, and Holy Armaments by 15 seconds. So are you going to be able to have a 15-second Barrier cooldown, or are they going to change it? Because that talent, unless they change Barrier, would be 15-second Barrier CD. Holy. Holy Paladin's updates are focused on removing various inconsequential healing sources and cutting secondary tracking buffs. Just pin the link. I want to pin the YouTube stream, but I'll pin the link instead. There you go, people. People are going to ask anyways, watch. Reducing the amount of mid-range cooldowns and they have access to, as we felt there were a few too many in that space, and making sure Aura Mastery is a satisfying and impactful button press instead. Light of Dawn is also getting an update to its targeting, now being a circular radius around the Paladin rather than a frontal cone. Getting the perfect angle for Light of Dawn can sometimes be difficult. Okay, well that's a cool change for Paladin in general. My fault? No, you're fine, dude. It's 4-set Holy Priest in nighttime, a troll pick. You have a link to all these changes. Guys, it's pinned in the chat. All right, Apex talents. While in combat, apply a Beacon of the Savior to the lowest health ally within 30 yards. That causes your direct healing on others to also heal that ally for 30% of the amount healed. Beacon of the Savior transfers to the lowest health ally within 30 yards if it heals past a target. If it heals a target past max health. Okay, so you just have a passive beacon? Okay. Beacon of the Savior transfers an additional 10/20% amount healed every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, or when Beacon of the Savior transfers to a new injured target, they're granted a small shield absorb. Wait, are they just removing Beacon of Light then? This is weird. Guess we'll see. Activating Aura Mastery now also casts Divine Toll at 100% effectiveness. That's pretty crazy. Seraphic Barrier. Word of Glory and Light of Dawn grant allies an absorb shield equal to 10% of their healing. That's pretty cool. All right. That's like the old Pally Mastery. Okay. Call of the Righteous. Avenging Wrath's cooldown is reduced by 15 seconds/30 seconds, but its duration is reduced by 2.5/5. Avenging Crusader's cooldown is reduced by 7.5 seconds/15, but its duration reduced. Okay. So you can go back. You're going back to 45-second melee wings, but it's less duration. Glistening Radiance. While at max health, targets a Beacon of Light generate. Oh, so you still have Beacon. While at max health, targets a Beacon of Light generate an absorb shield equal to 5% of their health every 3 seconds, up to a maximum of 15%. Okay. Liberation has been redesigned. Word of Glory and Light of Dawn have a chance equal to your haste to convert 20% of their healing into damage onto a nearby enemy. What is Liberation? Okay, so you don't even play that. That's the mana talent. Maybe that'll be good to play now. That talent's Garbo. It's like 6k mana reduction when you Judgment. Or sorry, when you Word of Glory, it's like a proc. Okay. Saved by the Light has been redesigned and no longer triggers a visual. When an ally with your beacon of light is damaged, they absorb damage, increasing by up to 300% of their based on their current health. Lower health allies are shielded for more. Saved by the Light has been redesigned and no longer triggers a visual. When an ally with your beacon of light is damaged, they absorb damage, increasing by up to 300% of their current health, based on their current health. What does that mean? Why are their tooltips so shit? So is it still a proc? It's still a proc, right? But the proc builds up more as you take damage? That's what I'm reading it as. It's going to build up more as they take damage, and then it procs higher. That's what it looks like, because it increases by up to 300%. So that's what it reads to me. Tears of Deliverance has been redesigned. Now triggers after activating Avenging Wrath. Choice Note with Hand of Divinity. Okay. So they're actually moving the talent too. I think Mistweaver is going to be pretty cool with the new changes. You gonna do a TLDR? Maybe. We'll try. I feel like that could be worded way better. Yeah, definitely. Where was I? Okay, so your Tears is now a choice set with Hand of Divinity, and it procs off of wings. Hand of Divinity is redesigned as well, and triggers after you press Wrath. Okay, so Hand of Divinity triggers after you press your wings, or you get Tears Deliverance. So when you wings, you either get instant Holy Lights, or you get AoE healing with Tears, or like a hot healing with Tears. Okay. That's kind of nice. Inflorescence of the Sunwell has been redesigned. Infusion of Light has one additional charge. Okay, so they changed that talent. Instead of making it make your infusions better, they just made it so it just gives you one extra charge. Cool. I'm down with that. That's fine. Resets the cooldown of Hammer of Wrath on Judgment critical strikes. Okay, so now Veneration is going to be it's going to be an absorb rather than a heal. Interesting. I don't think that really changes much because this talent's kind of garbo in PvP anyways, but interesting nonetheless. Breaking Dawn's been redesigned. Now increases the radius of Light of Dawn by 5/10 and healing increase. Okay. So that's just a range talent. Tower of Radiance is now learned to level 10. It was a talent. Okay, it's a passive now. That's your Holy Power generation when you flash or Holy Light. Infusion is a talent instead of a passive. Increases the healing of Flash of Light and Holy Light by 45, was 30, and increases Greater Judgment's effect by 250, was 200. Okay, so they made Infusion of Light better. Okay. So are they removing Instant Flash of Light with this? Or are they just changing the modifiers on it? So is this a modifier change, or is it not going to be instant anymore? Divine Tools cooldown reduced to 45, was 60. Tyrion's Devotion now reduces Lay on Hands cooldown by 50%, was reduced per Holy Power spent. Okay, so that's the quarter. That's the one that gives you short lay on hands. So now lay on hands is going to be a 3.5 minute CD instead of being able to reduce it. It's just a passive 3.5. Okay. Purge protection for bot, maybe. Righteous Judgment now replaces Consecrate. Okay, so Righteous Judgment is just going to replace Consecrate, so you can't press Consecrate anymore. It's just going to be a passive that you proc. Okay. Beacon of Virtue's duration is increased to 9 seconds, was 8. You don't even play that. It's a PvE thing. Eye of Dawn now heals in a 15-yard radius around the Paladin. Okay, that's pretty cool. We know we like that instead of having to position it forward as a cone. Divine Favor may now trigger from Divine Toll or Holy Armaments. Okay. So you either get it from Toll or your Armaments when you're Lightsmith. Shining Righteousness now activates with a 20% chance. Was after forecasts. That is your Denounce thing. That gives you the instant Word of Glory. Or the free Word of Glory. Okay, it's just a proc now. Awakening now activates with a 5% chance. Was 15 casts. Okay, so now you can actually spec into... Well, you already play Awakening now, but now it's going to be another proc. It's going to be a Wings proc instead of getting stacks. Okay, so it's kind of like Ascendance procs for Shaman. Empyrean Legacy now activates from Judgment. Crit Strikes was 20-second cooldown. Was a 20-second cooldown. Okay. So now when you get crits with Judgment, instead of getting the Light of Dawn with that talent as a 20-second cooldown, now it's just a crit. Now it's just a proc with crits. That's pretty ass. I don't know if it is. You get a lot of procs on Shaman, and Ascendance is like a 6% chance because you're mashing Riptide all game, and you spend a lot of Holy Power on Pally. So now, like, you could just get a proc for no reason. You could just get back-to-back procs. You never know. You never know. I don't know. Interesting. AWC starts in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Hammer of Wrath now overrides Judgment during Avenging Wrath. Wait, what? Okay, so Hammer of Wrath replaces Judgment when you wings now? That's kind of weird. Okay. Holy Armaments now override Holy Prism. That's also weird. Any talents have changed positions in the tree. The following talents have been removed. Okay, so Barrier of Faith is a PvP talent. We just talked about that. It was going to be weird because it's of the talents above. But Barrier is a PvP talent now. They remove Blessings. They remove Boundless Salvation, Merciful Auras. Oh, wow. Okay. So Blessings are removed from Pally too. Interesting. I mean, the Pally changes are interesting. I feel like... I don't know. If Hammer of Wrath does not take the healing plus consecrate passives of Judge, that's horrible. I would assume that it would, right? But that is weird, right? That you wouldn't have greater judgment because you press wings, so now you have Hammer of Wrath and not Judgment. That'd be pretty weird. So I would assume that you would benefit from that still, but kind of strange. That's just a weird change. I mean, the Pally changes seem all right. It seems like your healing is going to feel a little better. You're going to have a few quality of life changes, like the Tears Deliverance redesign, and like the new Saved by the Light thing is weird. Divine Toll is going to be a lower CD and also activate with Aura Mastery. So some decent changes. Okay. Yeah, the change to Holy Ritual is pretty cool too. So when you sack or bop, you're gonna have a big instant heal now, which is kind of nice. Okay, so that's Pally. I mean, Pally's kind of the most boring so far. I read Druid and Monk. Pally would probably be the most boring so far for healers that I've read out of the three. Let's go to Priest. Priest. Halo has a 40-yard range and move to the keystone node of the tree for Archon. Okay. Empowered Surge increases the healing of flash heals by Surge of Light by 15 was 30. Power Surge no longer increases the radius of Halo. Concentrated Infusion has been removed. Surge of Light can now be consumed by Prayer of Healing in addition to Flash Heal. Okay. Oracle. New talent. Piety. 20% of healing of overhealing done is redistributed up to 4 nearby injured allies. Okay, so they took the Premonition spell and just made it a passive. So I'm guessing they're going to redesign Premonition. Oh no, they just removed it. They just straight up removed it. Okay. New talent, Guiding Light. Penance gives an additional charge. Okay, so you get 2 charges of penance. That's kind of interesting. Prompt Prognosis. That's your tier set right now. First bolt of each penance cast damage or heals for 200% more. Reduce the cooldown of Power Shield by 1.5 seconds. Okay, so double penance charge is kind of interesting for disc. Guiding Light. Premonition gains additional charge. Damn, so you get double palm and double penance. What the hell? I guess because they're just straight up removing Premonition. They don't like Premonition, I guess. I feel like this change is crazy. I feel like... So, you overheal a lot on certain classes. Or on certain, certain moments in the game. When you play Oracle, Priest, Holy, and Disc, you do a lot of overhealing. So, like, Oracle Disc will probably do a lot of overhealing with Atonement. And that's going to be just 20% redistributed. That's pretty interesting. Or like your big penance sometimes overheals. And then for him, or sorry, not him, for Holy, you have a lot of overhealing with him. You have a lot of overhealing with Spam Palm sometimes if you're healing single target, but you're bouncing Palm a lot, you get a lot of overhealing. And then your mastery on those targets too. So the Piety thing being a passive is kind of crazy. Like this is kind of a crazy change. And then double palm charge, double penance is very interesting. Can you flash heal yourself around the pillar to heal? I mean, you could. It probably wouldn't be that efficient, but you could. So, like, if you're trying to reset Serenities and you're spamming flash heal on yourself behind a pillar to reset Serenity, you're still going to get extra healing from that on your teammates. Assuming they're in range. I think they have to be in a certain range. Okay, that's interesting. Let's log on Priest. So they didn't change Voidweaver at all for Priest. So they removed Clairvoyance, which is the Premonition thing. Fate Bender, which is also for Premonition. Miraculous Recovery, which is Power Word Life. Okay, so they removed the Power Word Life talent as well. And Perfect Vision. Okay, so they removed the Premonition talents and they removed the Power Word Life talent. Interesting. From the Oracle tree. Okay. You think Pet Kick plus DH made changes to healers? You think so, dude? I don't know. Are they changing the game? Okay, so here we go. Class. Increase the damage of your spells. Cool. Surge of Light occurs up to 50% more often based on your remaining mana. Cool. Increase the damage and healing of your Holy Shadow Word spells. Cool. Increase the damage, Shadow Word, Pain, Holy Fire. Cool. So these are all just the passive. Stamina, Int, Haste. Increase the duration of Mind Control and Dominant Mind. PvE change doesn't affect PvP. Increase the damage of Holy Nova by 200%. Its healing by 300% and its cooldown by 30. Okay, so Holy Nova is going to be an actual CD. It's going to do 300% more damage. I mean, Holy Nova right now heals for legit poop. So Holy Nova heals for legit nothing. So now it's going to do more, but it's going to be a CD. Interesting. Void Tendril's been redesigned. Okay, so this is gonna root it's gonna root people after a fear. That's pretty annoying. That's kind of an annoying mechanic. Mind Blast moved to the class tree. That's weird. Scream moved to class tree was learned. Okay, so you have random talents that you have to choose. I hate that they're making some of these. Honestly, I don't like when some of these are I don't like when some of these are just made talents now that you have to choose instead of just being passive. It's so weird. They did that for a couple of classes. Sheer Terror now increase the damage required to break Psychic Stream by 25% was 75. Okay, so Fear will actually break. Psychic Stream cooldown is now 40 seconds was 45. Okay. Okay, so nothing changes. You just have lower CD for Fear baseline, but then so it's still 30-second cooldown. So Fear is still 30 seconds. Light's Inspiration is now a 1-point talent that increases max health granted by disrepair by 10%. Okay. So that's just a 1 point instead of a 2 point, which it is right now. Binding Heals and Angel's Mercy are now on separate nodes. Binding Heals and Angel's Mercy. Okay, so those are separate nodes. Cool. Look how many talents they removed. Holy shit. So Apathy is removed. That's the Mind Blast or Holy Fire crit speed reduction. Cauterizing Shadows, that's the heal thing when you refresh your Shadow Word Pain. Death and Madness to the Shadow Tree. Divine Saw removed. Essence Devourer removed. That's the Shadow Fiend heal. From Darkness Comes Light removed. Wow. Halo is going to be an Archon instead of having to spec it in the class tree. I kind of like this change because Halo sucks Garbo. I was going to say sucks Wang, but I wanted to call it Garbo, and I'm too ADD, so I couldn't make up my mind. Halo is Garbo if you're not playing Archon. So moving this to the actual Archon tree makes sense. Manipulation is the damage reduction from Shadow Word Pain. That's being removed. Power Word Life. Oh, wow. They're removing Power Word Life as well. So Power Word Life is being removed from the game. It's just not going to exist anymore. Interesting. Prayer of Mending is a Holy only talent too, instead of having it on disc. So you can't even have Prayer of Mending on Holy anymore, on disc anymore. Wait, what? Renew is being removed? Wait, this is the class tree. Renew's not even in the class tree. Oh no, it is. It's the first one. It's just passive. Okay. Rhapsody. Well, they're removing Void Shift to overall. Void Shift is being removed from the game. They're removing Swap overall. Renew, Rhapsody, San Lin. That's the. Okay. Shadow Fiend is going to be Shadow talent. Okay, so you're not going to have Shadow Fiend anymore for Disc and Holy. Throws of Pain remove, Vampiric Embrace, Shadow only, Void Shield. I don't even know what that is. Word of the Puce. Oh, that's a shield talent. Oh, words, not word. That's why I couldn't find it. I typed a word, words. Okay, so that's the holy fire. That's a smite and holy nova damage, and pious, pious. Words of the pious. Okay, so they're removing that too. The Pijos. Words of the Pijos. They even typed it wrong. Look at that. They put word. It's actually words. Come on, Blizzard. Okay, so I mean, this is kind of interesting because they're... This is kind of interesting. So they're actually removing a lot of stuff from Priest. I honestly think no void shift is good for the game. Call me crazy. Hot take. If we're gonna try to remove cooldowns across the board and we're gonna remove swap, I'm not against that, to be honest with you. I'm not against having less cooldowns in the game. So, is what it is. Renew is weird. I feel like renew is so important to Holy Priest, so we're going to obviously have to read the Holy Priest changes, but removing renew is really strange because that's such a key component of Holy Priest. I'm guessing they're just going to add that as a Holy Priest talent only, though, so we'll see. Developer notes. The primary aim of these changes is to consolidate and remove cooldowns and damage / ceiling modifiers to make base spell cast feel stronger with removing Schism, Shadow Covenant, and several supporting talents. We can focus on Mind Blast, Penance, and Shadow Word Pain, dealing solid, consistent damage so you can access chunky burst healing on a more consistent cadence. Evangelism has also been redesigned as a way to quickly apply atonements to allies and raids, providing a much snappier way to ramp up your area of effect healing. The result should be a smoother gameplay experience that requires a little less planning and aura tracking, but still retains depth. Okay. Interesting. The changes are pinned in the chat. They're pinned in the chat. I think they're really cool so far. Master of Darkness. Pence has a high chance to upgrade Power Shield into Void Shield, causing it to absorb additional damage and apply to 3 allies. That's kind of insane. What? You have a chance to just make your next shield on everyone. Shadow damage and atonement healing increase. Void Shield reflects 50% of the damage taken to enemies, causing atonement healing. Ah, okay. Because you're still going to have crystalline reflection, but your Void Shield is going to be 50% instead of 12. That's pretty OP, dude. That's pretty OP. And it does atonement healing? Holy shit. All right. I mean, Disc, once again, is just going to be like the perfect beginner healer. That's insane. Is the stuff starting yet? Let's see. No, it's only 456. Okay. New talent shout out. Mind Blast deals 150% more damage, but costs 40% more mana. Holy Ray. Each successful Penance Bolt during a single channel deals 5% increased damage or healing, originally placed where Revel in Darkness was. Each successive penance bolt during a single channel deals 5% increased damage or healing. Okay, so getting off your entire penance is big. Okay. Okay. Shadow Mend. We're getting Shadow Men back? Okay, surprising. Very, very surprising. Shadow Word Pain Damage has a chance to upgrade your next Flash Shield to Shadow Mend. Okay. Okay, cool. Casting Smite increases the speed and damage of your next Smite by 20%, stacking up to 2 times, last 2 seconds. Greater Smite. Casting Smite increases the casting speed of damage of your next Smite by 20%, stacking 2 times last 2 seconds. So you can basically spam Smite That's kind of weird. Maybe that could be fun. Maybe that could be fun. If you ever have moments to do damage on disc, you just start smiting. You just start getting rapid fire smites, dude. Okay. Ooh, Inner Light and Shadow is an actual talent now instead of a PvP talent. Okay. It's going to be 10% mana cost instead of 15. 10% damage and healing. And then same thing, 6-second cooldown. Okay, so Inner Light and Shadow, so you free up an honor talent on disc. Huh. Having a free honor talent's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Evangelism has been redesigned. Immediately power word radiance your target at 200% effectiveness and causes power word radiance to have no cooldown. To have no cooldown and 40% reduced mana cost. Wait, that's insane. I mean, I guess we'll see if they change Harsh Discipline, but this means that you can basically... Dude, this would mean that you can basically... Evangelism? That means you can press Evangelism into another Radiance, Penance a guy with 8 bolts, and then double Penance, double Radiance again, and then Penance again with 8 bolts. Back to back. That would be kind of sick to do, actually. Okay. Interesting. Person Wicked has been redesigned. Increases holy damage by 15% has been moved to where Encroaching Shadows was. Where's Encroaching Shadows? Shadow Fiend has been removed in place of Void Summoner. Okay, so Encroaching Shadows is underneath the Radiance CDR. Okay, so Purge the Wicked is just going to give you more damage instead. Okay. Okay. Okay, so where was I? Purge the Wicked, okay. Shadow Fiend has been moved in place of Void Summoner. Okay, so Shadow Fiend is going into that, which that was the CDR on your Mind Blast and your Void your Mind Bender and your Void Wrath and your Shadow Fiend. Okay, so you're not gonna have, if you spec into Mind Bender, it's gonna go back to 1 minute. You're not gonna have short Shadow Fiend or 30-second Mind Bender anymore. Qualifiers start like right now. Soon. Very soon, very soon. Which means we should turn on Calvus streaming. Oh, nice. Calvus is live. All right, we'll watch that soon. I'm going to finish disc and then we'll start watching some of the games. Dark Indulgence now increases Mind Blast damage by 20%. Was reduced cost of Mind Blast. Okay. We would like Atonement Healing to scale down smoothly when healing a lot of allies at once rather than being increased by 125% out of environments. Okay. Note that the amount of total healing should still be increased for each additional atonement target, so you never feel punished for spreading atonements. Okay, so you're getting more atonement healing next expansion. Atonement now heals all targets for 60% of damage done was 28%. Atonement healing is now reduced by... Well, there's a PvP modifier to this, isn't there? Henu, what up? I don't think Wiz is going to stream. But Kavish is, so it's fine. Atonement healing is now reduced when more than 5 allies... All damage increased by 20. Sanctuary absorption increased by 80%. That's cool. Smiting is better. Mind blast damage buff. Shadow word pain buff. They removed Luminous Barrier, Malicious Intent, Overloaded with Light, Schism, Shadow Covenant, Sins of the Many, Twilight Equilibrium, Twilight Corruption, Void Summoner. I feel like Disc is going to be so fun. I mean, Disc is already fun to play. I feel like it's going to be even more fun next expansion. AWC hasn't started yet now. Not NA. All right, so the bracket will be out soon. Bracket will be out soon. I don't know. I didn't look at the EU bracket. I don't know who's doing well. I think Echo's top 6, of course, as expected. Dude, Disc Priest is going to be so fun next expansion, I think. Well, I mean, we haven't gotten to the PvP changes yet. This is all PvE stuff. Like, these are all general changes. So I think a lot of stuff's going to have different modifiers and stuff, probably. Do you have drops on? I think so. I should have drops automatically on, yeah. It should automatically be on for any WoW stream, I believe. All right. All right, we got Calvish's stream up. I'll be right back. You're so close to the Shaman changes. We'll get to it eventually. We'll get to it eventually. Oh, watch the tourney, man. Dude, this is like such. This is such a zoomer UI, bro. This is such a zoomer UI, bro. What is this? Everything is so big. Like, I feel like I can't see the game. Whisper him to fix his UI. Should I let him know? All right. So did this change yet? Why can't I see the bracket? There we go. There we go. Nice. So Wiz's team is seed 1. We love that. All right. So let's look at the bracket here. Look at the bracket here. So Wiz's team is right here. Gator's back. And if they go down, ooh, this is going to be crazy. So, oh wait, no, actually, never mind. Who do they get? Where's the end of the bracket? Right here. Okay, so end of upper is round 5. So upper bracket game on Saturday could potentially be between formerly Liquid. I think this is them now, right? Dire Wolves. And then Wiz's team. Okay, so potential Saturday matchup there. In order to make top 6, they have to beat Hit's team, which I think they play a lot of like Ret Hunter Evoker, or I think this is a Hunter team too. Okay, so they have to fight like a Ret Hunter team, probably like a Evoker team, to get top 6, and then potential matchup with Cedu's team for Saturday. Okay. Cedu's team's gonna have a matchup to make top 6 against most likely Cats and Dogs, which is Awaken's team, which I think we just saw Calvish wargame them. I think we just watched them wargame. That was the DK Hunter team. Okay. Then if we go down the bracket here, Left 4 Dead. Who's Left 4 Dead playing with now? Tuna. I thought Tuna couldn't play. I mean, he's just playing for fun, or maybe I don't even know. I guess he can play. So Tuna, Axton, and Gage, little Feral Shadow Priest, most likely get a matchup against Draco Cleave, which is still Meep. So I guess Meep is playing again. So that'll be a fun series to watch. Yeah, Kearney can't play. So that'll be for top 6 upper. And then one shot. That's Palomar, isn't it? Yep, Palomar's team and Zage and Val the Pirate. Okay, so they're going to have a good matchup probably against Z Rated. Is that Drake's team? Who's that? Oh, Zozo in them. Okay, so that's another Ret Hunter, I think. Or Ret DH. And Jawa. Okay. So that'll be Oh wait, I lied. Round 5 isn't top 6. I'm an idiot. Top 6 is the last round. So we're actually going to have to see... Oh, that's going to be hype as shit, dude. So we're going to have to see Wiz and Liquid battle for top 6 today. That's going to be today, actually. That's going to be today. Holy shit. All right, that's going to be hype. That's going to be hype. Okay, so go down the tree. We saw that team. Wizard unit team is that. That's Dippy, Montage, Kamal, and P-Make. Okay. A lot of wizards there. Wizard unit makes sense. And they're going to have a good matchup against Smite's team and Zank. That's another Ret Hunter. That's another Ret team. And also a potential matchup later against probably what? F tier maybe? Maybe F tier? Where's Drake's team? Welcome to the Jung. Here we go. So Drake's team. Their hardest team is going to be in this bracket here, which is Meow Mixin. Okay, so their hardest team is going to be with Zach. Oh, it's Mike. Zach, Mike, Chun. Zach, Ceralium, Chun, and then Feral Genius, which I think is Fuse. Okay. Damn, all right. So that's the bracket. That's the bracket. Jung is all the way at the bottom. All the way at the bottom here. They're second seed. Damn, so we have some hype matchups. Let's see, did we get any games yet? No games yet on the open bracket stream? Wiz is playing with Calvish, Dazed, and Cubsy on healer. Cubsy's healing again. Like the YouTube stream? All right, well, I guess we'll go back to reading the changes since they're AFK. Classic. Holy Priest. I don't want to read any of that. Benediction. Prayer Bending has a chance to upgrade your next flash shield to Benediction, healing the target for 30% more and causing a Cosmic Ripple. Cool. Cosmic Ripple healing is increased, though. Okay, so your Cosmic Ripple will actually do decent healing. Okay. Each pulse of Divine Hymn emits a Cosmic... Oh my god. So each pulse of Divine Hymn emits a Cosmic Ripple at 75 effectiveness. Each pulse of Divine Hymn emits a Cosmic Ripple at 75 effectiveness. 75% effectiveness. Okay, so Cosmic Ripple is going to be decent, it looks like now. Actual healing. And then during Apoth, your flash shield is Benediction. Interesting. Just tell Pika the changes are bad and you're worried. Reduce mana cost of prayer of healing, reduce mana cost of flash heal, increase Cosmic Ripple healing. So Cosmic Ripple might actually be a massive AoE heal now. Massive burst heal, cool. Your healing crits are increased to 230 instead of 200. Increase the crit chance of your Holy Word Serenity and Holy Word Sanctify by 10%. New talent and Jug Touch. Your healing spells are critically... Wait, what? Aren't these the same thing? Your healing critical strikes are 230% effectiveness. Your healing spells critically strike for 220 instead of 200. The changes are pinned in the chat. They're pinned. Am I fried? Your healing critical strikes are 230% effective instead of the usual 200. Your healing spells critically strike for 220% of healing done instead of the usual 200. So this is definitely just a mistake on their part with the notes, I would assume. Oh, we got a game. What's happening? Wait, no, that's just people casting on the dummies in-game. That's annoying. God damn it, I got so excited. Radiant Plea. Increase paramedic healing by 15%. Ultimate Serenity. Increase the healing done by Serenity. And cause it to heal 4 nearby injured allies within 40 yards for 50% done. Replaces Holy Word's Sanctify. Okay, so you can just straight up play Serenity instead with AoE healing? It's not pinned on my end? Weird, it should be. I'll pin it again. Eternal Sanctity has been redesigned. Increase the healing, increase the duration of Apoth by 12 seconds. So Apotheosis is going to be a 12-second increase. Add more than 20 minutes? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which talent was that? I already changed it. I set it to... I always set it to the same. I just set it to... It ends at the end of the stream. Or when I did it manual or end of stream. But it just bugs anyways. Nothing I can do. Twitch UI, bro. Nothing I can do. So Eternal Sanctity. Okay. That's going to be 12 seconds instead of extending it. But where does this show renew? Oh. So heal, oh my god. We're also removing, I should have read this. In Midnight, we're removing a few medium cooldown spells and tracking aura from Holy and increasing the power of existing spells to improve consistent healing. We're aiming for individual spell casts to feel more powerful even outside of cooldowns. We're also removing some long-standing casted spells, renew and heal. That's actually insane. Renew is now only triggered through talents like Benediction and Lasting Words. It hasn't been an ability that is priority cast outside talents like Empowered Renew. That's literally not true for PvP. I'm always fucking spamming Renew and keeping Renew uptime. That's insane. So they actually just straight up took away the spell. Wow. Dude, these are massive changes, man. Okay, so where was I? Down here. Echo of Light now additionally affects Renew. Mastery value reduced by 5%. Paramedic replaces power with shield when learned. Okay, so you don't even have shield anymore on Holy. Interesting. Holy Fire replaces Shadow Word Pain. Yep. Okay. Crisis Management now also affects Prayer of Healing. That's the crit one, right? Yep. Okay. See, do we have any games yet? No games yet? No games yet? Light in the Darkness now increases the healing of Holy Word, Serenity, and Sanctify by 13/25 was 2040. Prayer of Healing, mana cost increase. Prayer of Healing, healing increase. Flash Shield, mana cost increase. Flash Shield increase. Voice of Harmony has been updated to clarify its interaction with Halo. Benediction and Lasting Words now reference Renew in their descriptions. Okay. They removed Divine Word, Lightwell, Holy Mending, Symbol of Hope, Heal. Bro, they removed so much shit. I mean, it looks like they're just trying to make the game easier to play, which I think honestly is a good thing. As long as there's some skill expression in the game, I think it's fine to just make the game not confusing as shit for new people. Because they're doing a lot of like crazy pruning for some of these classes. Damn, dude. All right. All right, did we get a game yet? What's going on, man? Have these guys played yet? Okay, so that's Holy Priest. Let's keep going. This is Rogue, all the Rogue stuff. Where's the Shaman? Where's the Shaman? There we go. Farseer. Call the Ancestors now triggers from Healing Stream. Duh. What? Call the Ancestors now triggers from cast of Healing Stream Totem instead of Undulation Unleash Life. I'm just gonna spoil you guys already. I already saw some of this stuff. Well, I got told some of it. I got a screenshot of some of it. They're removing like 5 Shaman spells, which is very strange, but we're gonna read the talents anyways, and then we will form our opinion after we read everything. But Call of the Ancestors now triggers from casts of Healing Stream Totem instead of Undulation and Unleashed Life. I don't have alpha. I thought I would because I signed up for it, but maybe tomorrow I'll get it. I don't know. Stormbringer, let's get past this. Totemic, resto. So Totemic, your totem lasts for 24 seconds instead of 25. It looks like they're not changing anything about Farseer outside of up here. That's the only difference. Nice. K Benny messaged me and said, "Did you go over the huge Omega PvP changes for Midnight?" And I said, "I've been reading changes for 4 hours. No cap, 4 hours. I'm still not done." Guys, it's been 3 hours and 45 minutes. I've been reading changes since I sat down at my PC. I have not stopped reading changes. This might be a disgustingly fun expansion. Maybe. Perhaps. All right, let's keep going. Class. Encasing Cold has been redesigned. Now increases the cooldown. Let's make this easier to read. It's easier to read for you guys. Now increase the cooldown of Frost Shock by 15 seconds and causes Frost Shock to freeze its target in place. That's pretty cool. You get Frost Shock Root again. Awesome. I love Frost Shock Root personally. Season Winds renamed to Wind Veil and has been redesigned. Interrupting a spell with Wind Shear reduces all spell damage taken by 15% for 12 seconds. That's a massive change. Oh my god. So landing a Shear on Shaman gives you 15% spell damage reduction. Passive. Or 12 seconds, 15%. So it's the same cooldown as Shear, and it's every spell school, not just whatever you lock. I mean, this is a massive change for Shaman. Okay. Especially for Ellie and Enhanced. Static Charge has been redesigned. Now reduces the cooldown of caps by 15 seconds. Before, it was like based on your target's hit. Each specialization now automatically learns 1 spell instead of 2 through the Shaman tree. Okay. Earth Elemental now lasts 30 seconds, was 1 minute, and has a 3-minute cooldown instead of 5 minutes. Okay. You check Cord real quick? Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. All right, here we go. Earth Elemental. Okay, Totemic Surge. Reduced the cooldown of totems by 5 seconds was 6. Chain Heal cast time is now 2 seconds was 2.5. Poison Cleanse Totem is now a choice talent against Tremor. Several talents have changed positions in the talent tree. The following talents have been removed. Bro, what? Frost Shock is removed. But they have a talent about Frost Shock. Is Frost Shock only going to be for Resto and Ellie? Or maybe it's just baseline? I don't know why it wouldn't say... If it was baseline, it would just say it was baseline in the notes. Maybe it is baseline? Okay. Arctic Snowstorm, that was the AoE. Frost Shock, I think. Call the Elements, that's your totem reset. Creation Core, that's part of your totem reset. Frost Shock, Guardians, Cudgel? What is that? Is that that's the damage reduction, right? When you pop an Ellie? I think when you have an Ellie up, you get like 5% damage reduction. Lasso is a PvP talent. Stone Bulwark totem removed. Thunderstorm is also removed. Shaman went from being so fun to being so boring. Oh yeah, that is the cap. Okay, so that's the double cap talent. Okay. Lasso's a talent. Lasso's a PvP talent. Stone Bulwark removed. Thunderstorm is only for Ellie. Totemic Recall. Okay, so they just straight up took away your totem reset. Call the Elements and Creation Core are the two talents underneath it. That's the choice node, and then they took away the actual reset. Oh, do we have any games yet? No, they haven't played yet. Fresh. I mean, I feel like Shaman was in a really good spot this expansion after they made those changes last season. So this is kind of confusing to see, but we'll see. We will see what happens. The season win change is insane. Like, this is a crazy change. Okay. Not having Thunderstorm is also pretty lame. Thunderstorm was so fun to play, or to have. But now you're just not going to have that. What does that mean for your talents, though? I'm confused because... So, the following talents have been removed. It doesn't show... Yo, Kev, thank you for the resub, dude. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you. What up, dude? So, it says the following talents have been removed, but the two talents with Thunderstorm aren't in the tree, or aren't listed. So, Traveling Storms and Thundershock aren't listed as talents that are removed. So maybe you still have Thunderstorm? It's just only Ellie gets it baseline? That's really weird. I mean, we have the talent tree right fucking here. Let's see. So Thunderstorm would be here. Oh, they actually did change a lot of shit. They moved so much stuff around, bro.
Busting.
Okay.
Makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
Koala emoji. Koala.
And a card, thank you for the 49 months. Koala emoji spam. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. Midnight's the next expansion, bro. The nighttime X-Back. No. Did Calvish play yet, bro? I'm getting impatient. All right, let's keep going. How have we not gotten any games yet? How have they not played any games yet? Or showed any games? Resto. Here we go. So we already know that they're removing like 5 spells from Shaman and they're removing a lot of important stuff. So it's time to see. Toto, what up? It's time to see what they're actually going to do. Let's read the notes because... Let's read the notes. Shamans have a bunch of strong utility and many rotational spells. So an important goal for us in Midnight was to balance the number of possible active abilities. We're also looking to remove talents that add auras that are constantly active or ones that temporarily modify other spells, which can often make normal spell casts feel weak. A significant change here is the removal of Healing Surge and Tidal Waves. We are reducing the base cast time of Healing Wave and Chain Heal to simplify gameplay and adding options for more mana management through talents or situations where mana management feels valuable. We recognize there is a loss of a decision point when doing single target healing, and we will be monitoring feedback. I'm getting kind of annoyed reading. I'm starting to fuck up a little bit because I'm not liking what I'm reading, but we'll start monitoring feedback closely when it comes to Healing Surge being removed, but our goal is to keep the spell decision making simple because healing already has dynamic gameplay with target choice. We're also updating healing rain to last 18 seconds when not playing Totemic. While we want the instant long duration healing rain to be a hallmark of Totemic, it makes the alternative feel less awesome when it has to be cast every 10 seconds. Another goal for us was to reduce the number of available group cooldowns healers have access to, so Ascendance and Healing Tide are now a choice against each other. We want healers to feel powerful, but having too many powerful cooldowns often leads to needing to deal spiky damage to challenge them. Okay. So, I mean, we already know they're removing... I think they're removing Surge and Unleash. You can see here, Healing Wave and Chain Heal, your main spells. I mean, we can clearly see that all of these changes they're making are to try to kind of prune the game, which I think is good if done correctly. We already saw the changes they made to Holy, the changes they made to Dis, the changes they made to Druid, the changes they made to Monk. Priests got a decent amount of pruning to where, you know, they're definitely going to be a class with, you know, a couple healing spells. Shaman, I feel like, is going to be the same. Well, I mean, it's definitely going to be the same, but it's very important to not take away the fun aspects of the class. But we've already kind of seen that so far with the class changes, but we'll see. We'll see. Apex talents. Okay, so the Apex talents aren't even in yet. They haven't finished it. Crashing waves. Healing waves critical strike chance increased by 12%. Calm waters reduce main mana cost of chain heal. Increase the healing done by healing rain by 10%. Reduces cast time by 0.5. Healing stream heals more often. Downpour healing increase. Healing rain grants some additional use downpour. Increase healing earth shield healing. Cool. So these are all the passive talents. Water Totem Mastery has been redesigned. Now reduce the cooldown of healing stream by 5 seconds. Okay, so that was your CD reduction on water totems when you consumed a... Is Couch in the game? When you consumed a Tidal Waves. Here we go. So this is their first game of the series, or the first game of the tourney, right? Let's see what they do here. They're going the Priest. Okay. Oh shit, my bad. I forgot I reduced it. Bum, bum. Okay. Ran down the priest as sub. So they've been playing a lot of sub RPS, and it honestly looks pretty good. But I guess we'll see. These are the first few games of the tourney. Okay. So we watch that. Just mana cost of Healing Wave. Healing Wave cast time to 2 seconds. Healing Rain now lasts 18 seconds. Healing Rain cooldowns 18 seconds. First Ascendant now reduces the cooldown of Healing Tide Totem. What's First Ascendant? That's your haste one, right? Oh no, that's your reduced. Okay, that's the Ascendance reduction too. So that also affects Healing Tide. Preeminence also increases your haste while Healing Tide is active. And increases Healing Tide's duration. Downpour mana cost reduced by 25% and no longer increases the max health of the of target that heals. Following talents have been removed: Ancestral Protection Totem, Cloudburst Totem, Earthen Wall Totem, Healing Surge. Okay. All talents that previously effective Surge now affect Healing Wave. High Tide, Mana Tide. Master of the Elements, that's a PvP talent. That's interesting. Spirit Walker's Tidal Totem, Tidal Waves, Tidebringer, Tide Turner, Undulation, Unleash Life, Wellspring. So what's important to note about this is 3 of these spells are active spells. The rest are passive. So, or 3 for PvP. So like you don't use Cloudburst Totem, you don't use Ancestral Protection. You use Earthen Wall, you use Healing Surge, you use Unleash, and they're just removing them. I mean, shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I might shed a tear. I might shed a tear. You actually lost so much. At least we're strong now. You actually lost so much. I don't want to watch the early games. Are there PvP talents listed here? Let's go down. I can't. We just got to keep going. Items. Okay, so we saw this. I don't know if anyone else saw this. So 2,300 is going to be for all of your rewards now instead of 24. They actually reduced that to 2,300, which I don't mind. I think this is fine. I think relying on MMR is really annoying. Relying on inflation is really annoying. So lowering this another 100 rating, I think, is perfectly fine. The only thing that I think needs to be done, which we've talked about forever, this doesn't actually change anything about it. It just changes what rating it would be put at, is we need more rewards. If 2,300 is going to be the new elite, then there needs to be a reward at 25 or 26. And you need to get something. And even outside of that, like getting to 2,100, or even getting to 21 or 22 or 23 in other brackets should give you more things. Even if it's twos or shuffle or blitz and you get a fucking pet, or you get like a different mount that's only a ground mount, like they need to add more rewards to each of the brackets, not just lower everything to 23. I think this is good, but I think they should still add more rewards to each other bracket as well. Let's go down. So the only talents they're doing with Shaman are They're making Lasso a PvP talent. I know I'm missing games. The first games don't matter. So they're making Lasso a PvP talent. And then they're making Master of Elements a PvP talent as well. Now the problem with this... I mean, we just... I can't even think about this right now. I can't even think about this right now. Let's just watch. Let's just fucking... Why is this broadcast not showing any games? Am I fried? Is Ven watching that too? Bro. I feel like they removed so much stuff about Shaman. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't really care about losing Unleash or Surge, to be honest with you. I think it makes sense that they're doing that in terms of your rotation. But you're losing Thunderstorm? And Lasso's going to be a PvP talent. But you already don't have room to mess around with honor talents on Shaman. Like, you don't change your talents on Shaman. You change one at most. At most, you change one, which is like grounding barely. Like, you need grounding pretty much every game. So normally you would drop like... Normally you would drop like Static or the Living Tide. I actually just don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. I'm trying to go through. Are we cooked? I don't think so. I mean, I think the next expansion is going to be really fun. There's a lot of really good changes that they're making. But You don't play Totem of Wrath like ever. I mean, you could drop static for it if you want more healing, but other talents are better.
Busting makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
Hi.
Crowder, you're such a dick, bro. Leave me alone, dude. Yo, Ovi, bro, think of the resub, dude. I actually just I don't know how to feel. 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 I just don't. I feel like reading every healer's changes made me happy. And then I read Shaman's and I just kind of like, I don't know. Like Druid got some really nice changes. Monk. Hallie was probably the least exciting, but got some cool stuff too. Both specs of Priest. Evoker got some cool stuff. And then I read the Shaman changes, bro. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like it could be fine. And the reason for that I don't know. I think this could be good. I think this could be really bad or it could be really good. And how I feel about it is I'm trying to... I'm actually just at a loss for fucking words right now, to be honest. So I'm trying to, like... So I think it can be... Oh, we got some games. Here we go. Oh my god, here we go. Massive. Wait, this is a big series. Oh my god. Thug, Aiden, Abrua. Wait. Bro, there's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. Is that actually Abrua healing? Abrua is goated on the healer? Why is this guy healing? I guess they don't have a healer. Holy shit. Bro, Abrua's team took out Ceralium, Fuse, and Zach game 1. With Abrua on healer. That's fucking insane. That is like mind-blowing. Abrua's goated, dude. Abrua is absolutely goated, I guess. Zach healed Drake when they went to the Gamescom thing, but he has a different team. So this is how I feel. This is how I feel. I'll sum it up. I think this could be really good, and it could be really bad. And I hope it's the former. So with them removing a lot of utility, like changing your healing rotation is kind of fine, I think. It's weird, but it's fine. Having Tide and Ascendance be a choice node is also very strange. But like making Lasso a PvP talent, removing Thunderstorm is very strange as well. And I think it could be really good or it could be really bad. It could be really bad because the class could feel, super dull and clunky. Or it could be really good where because of these changes, you have more time to put up Flame Shocks and get Lava Bursts out. Because of these changes, you have more time to get Hexes out. You have more time to get like Hexes and Capstones and stuff rather than focusing on your lassos and your knocks. But it's still just weird. It's still just so weird. I'm definitely not looking forward to it, I would say. Like, I think a lot of the other healers I was looking forward to, I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to that. To Shaman. I was actually looking forward to literally every healer, and then Shaman kind of made me not excited at all. That's cope? How is it cope? I played the class for 13 years. Guys, like I said, you can't say something is cope when people are making logical observations. That doesn't mean it's cope. Cope would be me sitting here saying, oh my god, guys, those changes don't matter at all. I think it's actually going to be so much fun because now I'm just going to be able to spam lava burst to everyone and have the most fun ever. That would be cope. Giving you a logical observation. With those changes, without a doubt, you will have more time to focus on flame shocks and lava bursts. You will have more time to focus on getting hexes out. And like maybe trying to set up capstones and stuff as well. However, it could backfire to the point where you're just playing this really dull class. So that's what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is playing this class where it feels like it's not actually fun anymore. Because what was fun was your toolkit. You think we're going to be spamming Healing Wave? Well, you still have Riptide, right? It's not like you don't have Riptide. Riptide's still your main heal, but I don't know. Hey, days over or what? I mean, I'm not playing right now. Maybe next expansion. I don't know. Here you go. Game two. Game two. Game two. This is a massive game right here. Massive game here. So we got Destro sub Holy Priest. This comp I think is really good at the moment. I think Destro Holy Priest in general is a good comp. Against Mage Feral Evoker. Okay. Full Fear on a Zac. Like blinks back in. Verdant Embrace. Trying to cast Fears. Getting back on the Mage. Oh, he's Outlaw. He's Outlaw, not sub. Not sub. Just Outlaw. Okay, nice juke on the kick. Bolt's in the Mage. Bolt hits so hard, man. They got Commune there. Oh my god, he died anyways. Bro actually ran out of healing at the end. Tragic. Alright, it's tied up. Tied up. Here we go. Here we go. What is this? T-Berg. Oh, this is a massive series too. Here we go. Hits. Hits team. Yo, Hua Hong, thank you for the sub, man. This is a big game. Boomy Assass Shaman. Dude, they're just running down the Evoker. That was insane. Sub RPS is really good at killing healers. Just run down the Evoker, dude. All right, massive win for them. Massive win for them. That's a big series. I think after this series... Yeah, so after this series is them and Sidu. That's going to be them, Sidu, and Yam. That's going to be a big series. So if they win this one, we get a nice mega matchup, dude. We get that mega matchup. See it about to hit the turbo boost extra bonus round auto spin sesh after cleaning out. Shut up, dude.
Busting makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
Good sharp dress man. Thank you for the reset, man. Appreciate it, dude. All right, here we go. Game 2. I think Liquid plays Boomy, Evoker, Rogue, and they play Blood DK. Which just proves that Mez is a liar, because I told Mez, I messaged him the second I saw Mez on Blood DK and I queued into him in a shuffle. I was like, bro, why do you fucking hate me? And he's like, oh, I'm doing this for the game. I'm doing this to save the game. And then spam practices Blood DK for tournaments. Liquid does this shit every season, bro. They do this shit every season. They play tanks, and then they tell everyone that they're doing it for the game. We're doing it to get it nerfed. Every season, bro. I'm still thinking about Shaman, dude. What are the 3 green dots on the enemy frame? What are those 3 green dots on enemy arena frames? I think that's if they're in his range. Oh, he's so dead. Oh my god, bro, this guy's getting cooked. 90 seconds, bro? Is RPS what comp do you not want to play against? Same as always, just cleaves are really annoying. Cleaves are just annoying. I think a good, like... thankfully, Enhance is just not super OP, because I think Turbo is always really annoying for RPS. No, you're good into casters. You always struggle into melee, or like a strong melee caster is hard. So like Boomy Rogue is like usually pretty tough. These guys, unfortunately, they're playing Assass, which I think is a lot different and a lot squishier than like Outlaw or Sub as Boomy Rogue. Damn, dude. I'm actually still thinking about all the Shaman changes. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know. Do we get no games? Oh, we got this game. We don't know the score, though. Shaman, they're removing like half your abilities. Just make a post on about the alpha. Make a forum post, huh? I mean, honestly, it's so hard to tell when you read. Dude, is this game... Is he die here? Bro, how did he live that? Did they have no damage? How did this guy live? Oh, he bared. Okay. He just had bear form. I was like... Bro, bear form behind the pillar with Horror of the Wild. He actually lived here. That's insane. They actually couldn't kill him here. They're so sad. That's insane. And they kill Meep? Meep should have hit that pre-wall. Should have hit that pre-wall. Here we go. Charge Jax and then Yam, the Yam. Let's see.
Busting makes me feel good.
Look at me, they have the resub 43 months. Chunky thing the resub 72 months. How do we get the stream up?
Busting makes me feel good.
Guys, sing for the resubs. Sing for the resubs. So the thing about the Shaman changes is if you read the changes and look what they're removing and actually think about it, you're basically going back to Legion design Shaman without Earthen. Oh my god. Oh my god. What even happened here? Oh, he tried to trinket late too. That's a crazy way to die. He got full feared. Kidney shot. He could have evasioned that maybe because he didn't step either. I mean, good win for cats and dogs. What the hell? So the thing is with Shaman, like I was saying, is you're pretty much going back to Legion design. Like Shaman next expansion is Legion design resto Shaman, based on the changes we read, without Earthen Totem. It's like I'm not sure how I feel about it because Legion was really fun, but Legion also had... The game was just different, you know? The game was different. Mages didn't have D-Curse, so like getting hexes was really important against mage teams. And Earthen was actually like a really powerful cooldown. And you don't have that now. And Earthen's also been Garbo for a while. So it's just different. It's just different. So repping the move at all? My squad always, man, forever. It's our brand. I mean, I think Shaman healing is going to be insane, probably. I mean, it's still Riptide spam. Okay, so apparently... Let's check something real quick. Hold on. Did I miss the kill? Oh yeah, they killed the Boomy here, right? Nice. Okay, so nice. So now we gotta wait for the next series. Here we go. Here we go. I want to look something up, but it's fine. So this is 1-to-1. This is 1-to-1. I mean, I would be down to compete next expansion probably, but for now I'm chilling. Anyone can watch the YouTube live link. I linked it in the chat. I'll link it again in a second. Okay, no one's dead yet. I'll link it again. Yeah, they're still they're still waiting. You are still waiting on the Apex talents, so I'm getting some updates on the Shaman changes though right now. I'm getting some solid updates on it. I don't know, man. I feel like had to link it 30 times, 3 times, yeah. Shaman, if you read the changes, is literally Legion Shaman without the Mega Haste from Defender of the Week, which was an honor talent from that expansion, without the Mega Haste healing surges, and without Earthen Wall. Like, Legion Shaman, without those two mechanics, is what Shaman is going to be in Midnight. And Legion Shaman, like I've talked about before, was one of my favorite iterations of Shaman. So I don't know. We'll have to see. No guard, what up? Our brew goes down. Meow Mixon is getting back in it, baby. How did they die here? Oh, he had ward. He just couldn't get the ward up for the bash. Oh, he vortex support too. Oh no! Oh no! Got a genuine question you don't have to answer because it's big deep. What do you plan to do if WoW ever dies? Job-wise? Probably become Peekaboo's personal manager. Probably. I'll just live with Jason. I'll just be Jason's like personal fucking servant, dude. Try that. Jason's naughty maid. Dude, shut up, man. What are you saying? All right, so it's 2-1, I think, for that series. Is there more stuff on Wowhead? Like, Wowhead. Do they have a list of all the stuff? I swear I didn't see any of the... Any of the new honor talents. It's only talent trees, yeah. I wish they would update the tree to see the icons. I hate not being able to see the icons, dude. They'll probably update that soon. Alright, so we got Wiz's team waiting in the upper bracket right now for Sidhu's team. We got Left 4 Dead and Draco Cleave right now fighting for that for the upper round 5. One Shot and Z Rated, which is a Brewers team right now. They're down 2-1. Wizard unit is against Wage Gapped. F tier's up right now as well. Oh, wait, no. Wait, what team is this? Oh, this is Polymore's team. So Polymore and Z Rated. Polymore live? Ooh. Gotta watch that. And then Welcome to the Jung right now is also waiting in a series. Okay. Guess I'll watch the Polymore series. How do you feel with the rest of Shaman changes? Every single healer got changes that I was excited for, and Shaman I don't feel excited at all. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I feel like they're removing a lot of the fun because... So with all the changes that Shaman is getting, it looks like it's pretty much going back to Legion Shaman. The difference is we need people to get in games, man. Get in games right now. The difference is in Legion, you had 3 major things. You had Earthen Totem was mega strong. It was an actual cooldown, not Garbo like it is now. You had technically 4 things, but mages couldn't decurse Hex, so like you could actually Hex against mages. It was good. But 3 things as far as the class design. So 1, you had super fast haste with Defender of the Week, which was just an honor talent that every healer could get. It was just an honor talent in the second row, I believe, that every healer could get. Or you would get 50% haste if you were healing someone below 50, or 20% haste if you were healing someone below 50%. So you would bomb healing surges. Like you had super fast healing surges in that expansion. So that's one change that's missing because they just removed healing surge. And is this guy in the game? So that's number 1. Number 2, you had Earthen, and Earthen Totem was actually a huge cooldown. It was really good. It wasn't what it is now and what it was last expansion and the expansion before, where it was just some Garbo button that you pressed that was like kind of good into some stuff and just completely useless into everything else. It was an actual cooldown. That's number 2. And number 3, Electrocute was really strong in Legion. Electrocute was really, really strong. So you had a ton of damage on... You had a ton of damage with Electrocute, so spamming Purge was actually effective and created a lot of pressure. So in this expansion, and what's going to happen in Midnight, is Electrocute's garbage. Electrocute just sucks. It doesn't do anything. Earthen Totem is being removed completely. And you don't have Defender of the Weak, which is the mega haste buff to bomb healing surges. So pretty much, when I read the patch notes, they're taking away a lot of stuff, and Shaman looks like it's going back to kind of Legion style, which is fine because I really loved Legion Shaman. Except the 3 of the things that made Legion Shaman really fun are being removed. Or like they don't exist, you know? So that's kind of how I feel about the Shaman changes. It looks like they're going back to how it was in Legion, sort of. But they're taking away or not adding back 3 of the things that made Legion Shaman really fun. So, I don't know. I don't know how Shaman's going to be. No idea. Feel like it has a chance to be really fun though, like always. I mean, the game in general, like next expansion in general, looks like it's going to be one where they're doing a lot of pruning that I think personally is going to be good for the game. And this is something we've talked about for this entire expansion, right? And even in Dragonflight. The game has progressed to this point for so many years where there is so much bullshit in the game and so many cooldowns and spells and modifiers that it's making the game horrible. Not only to play and to react to damage-wise and healing-wise, but also to learn. So I think the changes they're making are good, but I would say Shaman specifically is kind of sad. Like the changes I saw for Shaman made me kind of sad. Every other healer was really exciting though. Cope? Is it cope? Guys, like I said, we're gonna have to keep having that conversation. You can't call logical observations cope. It doesn't work like that. Cope would be me sitting here talking about how amazing the expansion is going to be and how I can't wait to play it 15 hours a day and WoW is going to be saved. That is cope. Logical observations are not cope. Let's see. Did we get another series yet? What happened here? No disperse, no bubble. They probably just run down the DK though. No trinket on Feral. Pillar up in 5. No disperse. Is he just dead? Dude, he didn't rewind there? Oh no. I thought that was a very obvious rewind right here. Right here. Damn. Unlucky. They actually just ran down the DK. Oh, here we go. Here we go. My first time PvPing ever, and I really want to give it a try, but Honor has felt really bad to farm. If you're behind, it's kind of annoying, but you got to do the crate farm. Got to do the crate farm. Shaman's going back to Sturge 1, dying in stuns. Dude. Okay, so apparently, guys, we got an update. We got an update. This is very, very, very important. Very, 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 very important. Apparently, Liquid is down right now, 2-1. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but apparently this is a 2-1 series with cats and dogs being up. So these guys might be getting knocked down by cats and dogs. Or sorry, dire wolves, not Liquid, sorry. I mean, dire wolves might have to go back to the gambling, bro. I don't know. Might have to go back to the gambling. They're playing Blood DK now, though. Oh, no, they're playing Unholy. They're not even playing Blood. They're playing Unholy Outlaw. What the hell? Why would they not play Blood? I feel like that's their cheese. Man, maybe Blood sucks ass into killing this stuff. There's no way it's good at killing Lock. I feel like Lock can pour it out of your D&Ds and stuff. Double coil? Oh my god! Bro, I looked away for a second. Dude, look how many bolts he got. Bro. 1 bolt? 2 bolts? Yeah, it's over. I mean, I don't know, bro. That's actually kind of insane. I mean, that's an insane upset if I've ever seen one. Holy shit. Gotta go back to that gambling, bro. Gotta go back to that gambling. They're playing Void Weaver? They're playing Void Weaver, Destro Sub. All right, let's see. Let's look at the damage. All right, let's see. What's the damage looking like? I mean, I would assume that the priest did as much as the rogue, or maybe more than the rogue, like more than Jax, because he's sub, right? Yeah, Destro sub. I would assume he probably did more than the rogue, if not the same. He did 74. Wait, he actually outdamaged Trill too. Bro. The priest did more damage than the other rogue as well. I mean, that's insane. That's actually insane. Did these guys just get knocked out too? Get another game, maybe? What's the bracket like? Did okay, so Meow Mixin 131. F tier 130. Left 4 Dead 132. Werewolves, Cats, and Dogs. It's not updating yet, so maybe they didn't lose. All right. Yeah, put the live again. Let's just go here, actually. Damn, I was actually looking forward to watching their series against the Whistler. Speckle Show, he played Outlaw, I think. Like Direwolves don't have one comp they're known for? What do you mean? They've played Boomy Rogue for literally 4 expansions. They've played Boomy Healer and Boomy Rogue for like definitely like 7 seasons in a row now. but also in BFA. That's their main comp, bro. Boomy Rogue and then DK shit. Some DK cheese, bro. That's their shit. They love it. Best Arsham comp this season, in your opinion? I don't know. I think Shadow Priest Rogue is good. I think Shadow Play is probably good. Like Demo Shadow Play. I think you could play Ret Hunter. I think you could play DHDK. You could probably play Boomy Rogue as well. Boomy DH. Look at that smile. What are you typing? Shut the hell up, bro. Mind your business, man. Mind your business, man. Where's the next series? We need more arena. Where's the next series, dude? We need more arena. Hey, man, sucks to lose. The best part about not competing, I can't lose. Palmer playing again? Oh, he's watching in the Discord. Isn't Polymore a rogue? Why is he... Guys, what's up with players in WoW nowadays? You know why this is happening? 4-man rosters and not enough healers. This guy plays rogue, and he's on a team with another guy that plays rogue. You can't win either? No, I can win. By watching other people lose. That's winning to me. That's winning to me. So this guy's on a team with Val, who plays... Does he play Outlaw? But Polymore also plays Outlaw and Sub and Sass. I guess Calvish does that too. Wiz's team is the same, because Calvish and Daze both play Rogue. What's going on there? Multiple rogues on one team is the strat. Locks other team out of having rogues. That's true. I guess you take away everyone else's rogue. Was that the last series we watched? What even happened this series? Ah, shit. That's a crazy game. Dude, Cloak is so fried. He linked me the Netherwalk change, and he's like, yo, we're so back. And it's crazy, because when I read the Netherwalk change for next expansion, I thought of Cloak, because Cloak likes to fucking blur at 1% on Demon Hunter and just die anyways. But now, next expansion, when you press blur, it's going to give you Netherwalk. So he was actually just way ahead of the curve, dude. Ahead of the game, bro. That's insane. So Blur is getting redesigned next expansion. It doesn't give dodge. It gives more damage reduction. It doesn't give dodge. And Netherwalk is being removed as a talent And sorry, it's being removed as an active ability and being redesigned into a passive where when you press blur, you get a 2.5 second damage immunity. You get movement speed and 2.5 second damage immunity. But that's your only cooldown. You don't have nether anymore. Like, you can't nether at 1% for 5 seconds or whatever it is. It's not an actual cooldown. The new blur is still 1 minute. It's still 1 minute, but you don't have nether anymore. So yeah, still 1 minute. But you don't dodge either. You don't dodge either, which is a massive deal. How are we supposed to survive then? What do you mean? You have glimpse and blur. And you still have dark. And you can kite a lot too. You have a lot of mobility on DH. I think they're tuning down mobility and stuff for some classes too. Okay. All right, let's watch this. This is important. This is important. So Destro sub, guys. This is for top 6. This is for top 6, game 1 right here. Okay, we get a kidney on the priest. We get a PS though. So this is Void Weaver, right? Too. So is Destro sub Void Weaver? I mean, I would imagine that they're gonna win this game by sitting back AFK and doing goes only and just waiting to kill them and dampening. They just have to get a 100-0 on somebody. Probably best to 100-0 the rogue. Maybe the priest as well. I think killing the lock is up. Yep, here it is. Going priest. Double coil. Oh, this sucks. Double coil cheap. Blind on the shaman. Cheap again. Trinkets, actually. Okay, has to cloak and trinket. You know what would be crazy? This team just took out Liquid. What if they take out the Wiz too, dude? What if these people just win the first cup? That'd be fucking insane. I don't think it should happen though, because I think what they're doing now is a lot better. I think they just have to train the priest. Just train the priest and just do every setup on the priest so he can't do anything. Yep, kick on Mind Blast here. Sheared him on Penance. Yeah, I mean, this is just a strat. Just don't let this guy do anything. He's going to come off stun DR too. Yep, kidney. He DR'd his kidney there. Jax did. Another cheap. Has to trinket. Nice. Trinket forced. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected to happen. I mean, guys, like I said, just because I'm not competing anymore doesn't mean I don't know what the fuck is going on. We called the strat. They hear us through the mic, through the stream, and then they do the strat, and then they just win. That was crazy. Yo, Bonk, what up? You've got the shuffle strats? Shut up, bro. The shuffle strats. The shuffle strats, you know what the shuffle strat would be this game? I'll tell you right now. If you watch somebody play this matchup in shuffle, what would happen is the rogue Shadow Priest would run at the lock and do nothing. They would run at the lock. The Shadow Priest on your team would never triple dot. He would only dot one person as a Shadow Priest. The rogue would only press cheap shot on the healer and then kill the lock. And then it comes to a point where everyone is sitting there PvEing and the lock either survives and they one-shot someone, or the lock dies without pressing port a single time or pressing wall at 1%. And that's how it would happen in Shuffle. If we saw this matchup in Shuffle, that's exactly what would happen. Exactly what happened. The lock would either be completely goated and one-shot someone eventually, or he would just not press port the entire round and then die. That would be it. Yeah, I saw they removed some of I saw they removed Ray and stuff for Holy Priest. Crazy. They're removing a lot, man. I think the game is literally going back to Legion. Like when you read all the changes and what they're removing and stuff, it really feels like we're just going back to Legion. And I think Legion was a great PvP expansion. So we'll have to see. Yo, Joe, what up? Mistweaver looks exciting next expansion, yeah. I would say it looks pretty exciting to play. You're getting some cool stuff. Here we go, game 2. Does that mean faster seasons? I don't know. I don't know how long the seasons are going to be. I would hope that they're... So this expansion, we've had a 24-week season and a 22-week season, which I think is fine. I think having seasons between, like... Honestly, 15 weeks for me, I think is sick. But anything between, like, 15 to 20, I think is fine. Like, I think that's really good. So if next expansion, each season is, like, 20 weeks, I think that's good. Anywhere between 15, 20, maybe 22 weeks, I think is fine. Past that, though, is scary. Okay, Trinket Cloak. So they got Trinket Cloak here with Bomb, but that was their Bomb go. And Cubsy still has Trinket, and they have Trinket Swap, so... TP. I can link it right here. Here you go. And the add-on thing too. Yes, the add-on change is massive as well. Them removing a lot of add-ons is also a massive change as well for the game. So, ooh, double fear. It's MD'd. Nice MD. Half fear. He should be fine here. Kick the priest on Shadow too. Gouge his penance. His rift is over now. No Mind Blast. He's gonna have to Trinket Swap soon. Actually got full Peer here. Triple Fear? Swap? Save Trinket, though. Fades, kicks on Penance. Silence on the Mind Blast. Trinkets the Silence, gates away. Okay. So, I mean, they're just running down the Priest. Priest is max range now. I mean, this is a good map for them. They just gotta get back to the Priest. Add-on chains helps the highest level players, hurts the middle. Why do people think that? Can you explain why? Not saying that you're wrong. I definitely disagree, but can you explain why you think that? It's friendly conversation, people. Friendly conversation. I'm genuinely curious because some people have actually said that, and I don't disagree, or I don't agree at all. But I want to know why people think that. I want to know why people think that because I think the add-on change is really good across the board. I think the add-on change is good across the board, and I don't think it helps any specific player except for newer players, personally. But I would love to hear why. Okay, this is looking sketchy. There we go. Last PS, probably. They just gotta stick on this Priest. But this map makes it hard. Oh, he got the Mind Blast off. A lot of Void Blast coming. Oh, no Disperse. Gust of Wind in. High XP players know what to look for with buffs, debuffs, and CDs. Lower XPs don't have the awareness to know what's going on. Oh my god, the silence. He tries to trinket late. He got silence on this trinket. He trinketed the gouge too. So don't you think that the pruning for this expansion kind of changes that, kind of goes against what you're saying though, right? Example, I'm 15 time glad only 900 XP, but without add-ons, I'll struggle more than consistent rank 1 players when I can compete now to an extent. Why do you think that you would struggle more if no one had add-ons? Because the way I view it is you are going to struggle more because the people that are playing the game every day with all of these add-ons, not only do they know more than you, but they know how to utilize the add-ons better than you do. And they also probably have access to better add-ons than you. Like the top 1% of this game is doing nothing but coming up with more weak auras to use and then hiding weak auras amongst the community. That's a very common thing right now. That's how add-ons are. Like people literally create new weak auras and then hide them from everyone else. So I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like the playing field is evened out because of the removal of add-ons. I think people give too much credit to players in this game, because I can tell you, as far as Glad players and above, 90% of these people, if they remove their add-ons, they would literally be 2200. All these like rank 1 people in Shuffle, a lot of the like rank 1s and Glads and stuff in Arena, if you remove their add-ons, they would be completely lost. Because all of these people are trained to understand the game by hearing weak auras and by having literally every spell on their screen exposed to them. It's not that they don't actually have awareness, it's the add-ons that are doing that to them, you know? Like, the add-ons are giving them the awareness, you know? There's also offensive CDs that you need to trade defenses for. Most players now have weak auras that tell them when a Boomy pops Incarn, for example. Without add-ons, you have to be aware of it and know what to look for. Yeah, but that's everyone, though, right? Isn't that proving the point? It helps the highest level? Well, if by highest level you mean the absolute like upper echelon of rank 1 people, then you could maybe argue that, I suppose, but is that not how competitive games should be anyways? Should that not be how it should be? Like when I say the best players, I mean people like, I'm talking about people like Wiz and like Waz or something, right? I'm not talking about Joe Schmo getting rank 1 in Shuffle, or like people getting rank 1 in threes. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people I could list, but I really don't want to do that. I don't want to create any drama, but if 99% of people are carried by add-ons and then you remove the add-ons, then doesn't it just go back to who is actually better at the game? Today, Junior. Nice, nice. Wait, I missed the message. Wait, what did it? What did Iridium say? Without Alan, you still have to be aware of it and know what to look for. Where's your message? Well, I just read it. I still know what to look for and what to trade CDs. Lower experienced players don't. Well, that's why the base UI should be better, which they plan on doing, and they're also pruning a lot of stuff in the game, right? So doesn't that help? I think the problem with the add-on discussion is we've had them for so long, and players have pretty much like brainwashed themselves into thinking that they're required. I think that is the sad reality of it. Like, people have gotten to the point where they think that it's literally required to have add-ons. Like, you need them in the game. You need them in the game, and there's no other way to play the game. Which is simply not true, because we've played the game without add-ons before for years. You know? Don't know if you're answering me, but I don't believe they will solve the issue. There'll still be 100 modifiers to pay attention to. They'll remove 2. Well, they're pruning a lot of stuff in general with spells too, and they also are changing how some modifiers work. So they definitely are pruning more than 2 spells. People are still using kick bots and damage rotation bots. I think people still cheat. Yeah, I think removing add-ons will help that though. People cheat using weak wars and stuff too, yeah. But it like opens the door for them, right? By doing that. They're replacing some. So they're removing a lot, but they're replacing some. All right, so Wiz made top 6. Hype for them, hype for them. Top 6 for the Wizla. We love that, we love that. Is Palomar in the game? It's a W for the Wiz right here. I didn't get as excited as I could have been. I'm sorry. Well, I think they're adding interrupt tracker as part of the game, which I think should be a thing, you know? For sure. I think interrupt tracker and DRs should be baseline in the game, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Okay, so they showed that series too. AMC hype! Why are you and Pika not playing? Pika didn't want to play. Yo, Wiz, grats. You're so hype, dude. You're so hype. What's the bracket looking like now? Wow, also they're moving to Midnight. I don't have the full list, but I think they're removing like Omnibar and stuff. And like weak auras. What is interrupt tracker? Well, just tracking interrupts. Which is Omnibar right now. Omnibar does that. Okay, so Left 4 Dead and Z rated. We need that. We need that series. F tiers team. Is Saul streaming? Damn, none of these people are streaming anymore, man. What does Pika think of the 12-second CD cheap shot? I have no idea. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see. Like I said, friendly conversation. I definitely disagree with the take that add-ons help, you know, only the higher players and hurt everyone else. But it is interesting to see why people think that. Because like I said, I think it evens the playing field. I think there's a huge misconception with add-ons that people think that with add-ons that you're evening the playing field, which is true only to a certain extent, because at the end of the day, the people that are more experienced or better at the game are just going to understand their add-ons more than everyone else, right? While also creating more add-ons in their favor and then hiding them, which is a real thing, which I think is really stupid too. I think people have kind of lost they've lost the plot a little bit with the add-on discussion, where it's like, if you think of it this way, why are we in support of third-party programs to play a game that we already buy and pay for? If I want to play the game and get better at WoW, why do I have to download third-party add-ons? And why do I have to also come up with more weak auras myself and actually understand how to create different weak auras to do what I want them to play the game and be better? Like all of these teams for AWC, for example, when they're practicing, what they're doing is they're literally coming up with more weak auras. A lot of the practice involves making more weak auras to play the game. It's disgusting. So I think getting away from that is a good thing. I mean, that's Blizzard's fault not making the base UI better, though. I mean, I agree. I think they can make the base UI better, but only to a certain extent. Because then it also changes to... It also progresses the conversation to a different point, right? Where what add-ons are acceptable? What is acceptable to watch? Or what is acceptable to see in the game and what isn't? What should you be allowed to see and what shouldn't you? Right? Well, they are coming up with solutions, right? Didn't they already say that they're adding interrupt tracker to the game? And like DRs, didn't they say that already is going to be part of it? Which I think is good. I think that's all they should have. What do you think about tracking party CDs though? I have two thoughts on that. I don't think we should be able to track party CDs. I understand why people would want to, especially if Shuffle is played more. I understand people's want to see, like, I understand their desire to see all their parties' cooldowns with Omni CD. But I do think that it actually makes the game more toxic. That's what I think. I think Omni CD and Ability Team Tracker make the game even more toxic in Shuffle. Because that is the first thing that people ever do in Shuffle is talk about fucking cooldowns. That's all people do. So I actually am against that. But I understand people's reasoning for wanting to see them. That's how I feel about it. Like, would I throw a fucking tantrum if they added Omni-C to the game? Not really. Like, it's whatever. But I definitely understand why people would want it. I am someone that believes that it is making the game more toxic, though. You know? Create the solutions first. Remember the first release of personal CD tracker? Yeah, I mean, that's why we're still 7 months away or something, right, from the expansion. So hopefully they definitely come up with that, because I agree. Watching Chan the Past was crazy, how he would use the in-game tracker to track things in combat log. Yep, that's how everyone played the game back then, dude. When you played the game back then and you went to LAN, you literally had to use the fucking stopwatch to track kicks. Which I think is funny to think about now, But it was also fucking bad to do. Like, I think that was stupid. There are two things in the game that don't make sense to me, especially as time has passed. And one of them is not being able to see interrupts without an add-on. That makes no sense to me. And two, not being able to see DRs without an add-on also makes no sense to me. I don't understand why you can't see DRs, which is like a baseline function of the game since vanilla, but you need an add-on to see it. That makes no fucking sense to me. So I don't disagree. It promotes toxicity, but you can also just ignore people typing dumb and offensive stuff. Yeah, but that doesn't ignoring people doesn't take away the toxicity. It just hides it from that specific person, right? If one person ignores you in the lobby, if you ignore somebody in the lobby for raging about you pressing cooldowns, that doesn't mean everyone else will see it or will not see it, you know? That doesn't mean the guy that you're ignoring is also not fucking freaking out and raging because he's staring at your Omni CD the whole time too. It creates the illusion that there's no toxicity, but it doesn't remove it. I don't understand why people use in-game voice. I mean, you tell me, bro. Do you want to use in-game voice? Do you want to use the in-game voice? Hey, so what up? Yeah, big debuffs is another good example, Judge Judy, for sure. I don't know why you... Like, even as a druid, where you can't see all of your hots without big debuffs is hilarious to me on a party frame. Like, that also is hilarious. It's like, you have 9 healing buffs on druid and you can't see them unless you haven't... unless you have an add-on. It's sick. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. I feel like add-ons are ridiculous because it's gotten to the point where people are... And I think Blizzard is at fault for this, for sure. But it's funny because people have gone to the point where, like, it's... They're acting like it's a requirement to play the game. Which I think is just terrible for WoW in general. I think add-ons are holding WoW back. And I think they have for a long time. I think add-ons and the base UI are holding the game back. Okay, so Wiz is top 6. There we go. And now we need Left 4 Dead and Z Rated. Are they like? Are we watching these games? Okay, they haven't updated it. We need a great pruning. I mean, we're kind of getting it with nighttime. Nighttime X-Pack, bro. They're doing a lot for that expansion. Removing a lot of cooldowns too, which I think is really good for the game. So we'll see. I really think that this expansion is a good step in the right direction. With the CC changes, with some of the pruning we've seen with classes, with the CD, like with CDs being removed for classes too, with the add-ons as well, the add-on situation. Do I think it's going to be perfect and super fun and suddenly have 20 million subs? I mean, obviously not, but I do think it's going in the right direction. Yep, this expansion makes me think of Legion. That when I look at all of the changes they're doing, it just makes me think we're going back to Legion. That's how it feels reading it. It makes me think we're going back to Legion. So, and I thought Legion was a pretty good PvP expansion, so I guess we'll see. So right here for top 6, we have Meow Mixin, and then Wage Gapped and F tier for upper bracket, but they're not showing us any games on the live stream for some reason. What about the DR change? So what they're doing is they are changing CC. They are removing the 3rd DR, and they are reducing the DR to 16 seconds instead of 18. Oh, here we go. So there's no more 3rd DR, and the DR cooldown is going to be 16 seconds instead of 18. Which means two things. Coordinated people and people being really good with coordinating CC on certain comps are going to be able to CC chain more often. But at the same time, you're not going to be able to cheese people with triple DR CCs. So you're not going to be able to fight like any sort of cleave or even rogues where you literally can't press a button because you get triple DR cheap shot on like your cast or something. So, which I think is a good thing. I don't know. I'm excited. The Lego weapons? Yeah, I didn't really like Azerite weapons, honestly. Is TTV Peekaboo the actual Peekaboo? No, that's Wiz. That's Wiz. Asshole will stop using their triple DR or road shenanigans. Yeah, I absolutely hate triple DR CCs in WoW. Triple DR CCs in WoW just make me angry. Like getting triple feared, triple sheep, triple stunned. Like that shit I think is trash. So here we go. I just realized we got a Destro Feral with a disc, which is the same comp that, oh my god, they lost so fast, which is the same comp that I think Waz's team plays. I think they play Holy and Voidweaver. All right, well, saw that. Yeah, they deleted AoE Garrote too, right? Awesome. Fear and Sheep are the same DR, yes. So basically, like I said, you'll be able to CC more often, and certain comps and stuff and coordinated comps can CC you most likely off DR and set up long chains, but you also can't get triple DR CC'd anymore. So I think it's really good, honestly. I don't know. I'm definitely a fan of CC chains. And I'm a fan of being able to be CC'd more frequently, but I'm not a fan of triple DR. And I haven't been for a long time. So we will see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Definitely curious to see how it works with different classes, though. Like, I wonder how playing comps like TSG and stuff would be with those changes. Who's a warlock in the Drake Prev stuff? With Drake? I think that's Prev, yeah. I think. It might have been Nick. I thought that was Prev unlocked, though. Alright, here we go. Saul Dorito Feed God. Zank, Willy, and Smite. Let's get it. I definitely am excited though for next expansion, which annoys me. It makes me happy, but it also annoys me. Because like I just hate that they keep reeling me back in, bro. I really fucking hate it. I hate it, dude.
Busing makes me feel good. Busing makes me feel good.
Yo, Furry, what up, dude? What up? Yo, appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out. You're addicted? I definitely don't think I am. I don't think I've been addicted to WoW for a long time. It's just my job. It's just my job. I don't know. Like, I still enjoy it, but I don't ever... I don't ever have the desire to play WoW more than the hours I stream, to be honest with you. I think the start of Dragonflight, the very, very start, was different. Like, I actually felt like I was having a lot of fun again and I could play all the time. And then that quickly went down the drain. This expansion, too, has been the kind of similar. Like, I definitely still have fun this expansion. But I think the problem with WoW, which is funny because when I talk about it more, it makes me even more excited for next expansion. The game is just exhausting. Like, the game is just so exhausting to play. I think add-ons are straining on your brain and on your eyes. I think the gameplay is exhausting. The gameplay is also super exhausting, but I don't know. Everything went to trash in the rep patch. Participation skyrocketed. Yeah, but did participation skyrocket because rets were god tier and people were actually having fun, or because it was the last month of the season? What's the answer? Probably the last month of the season when inflation kicked in threes and people were getting glad faster. Is the reason for that. Because people were having fun, lol. I did have fun playing my one RBG. Actually, I played two. I played two all ret RBGs before they nerfed it. LOL. Before that, you know, quote unquote nerf, the first one. I got to play a full 10-man ret paladin RBG. I got to play two of them with the stream. That was a good time. That was a good time. What is this guy doing? All right. Polymorph, bro? I mean, what do you classify as a nerf, though? Rets were still the best spec by far. After that first nerf. What did they nerf? They nerfed the, didn't they nerf your shield or whatever? They nerfed the damage shield. And then they nerfed the dispel. Judge dispel. I think Demo was really good, but I mean... Oh no, the Dispel nerf was later. Yeah, the Dispel nerf was the week of AWC, I think. And then the first nerf was the... They nerfed like everything across the board, right? They nerfed your Templar heal, whatever that spell was called, Vengeance something. They nerfed your Blessing of Dusk bullshit. That was like your shield, your passive shield. Nerfed your Sank. I think they nerfed a little bit of your damage too. I mean, Demo was insane, but every single comp was played with a ret. Which one's more insane? Which one's more insane? Fucking season 1 Dragonfly, bro.
Busting makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
Here we go again.
Dude, queuing into in that first season, queuing into Ret Warrior Fistweaver, Ret Hunter Fistweaver, Ret Demo Fistweaver, Ret Warrior Shaman, Ret Warrior Evoker, Ret Hunter Evoker, Ret Hunter Shaman made me want to fucking uninstall the game so fast. That was actually like one of the most fried end of seasons I think I've ever played. I definitely think I hated, out of all of that, I think I hated Ret Demo the most. Ret Demo Fistweaver might have been the dumbest comp I played against that expansion. Ret Demo Fistweaver. That shit was so cringe. That's like a, it's like British, it's like a British slur or something, I think. That's why. You're anti, I think of the resub, dude. Appreciate it, dog. Red healing must be TOS. I'm fucking hungry, bro. I didn't work out today either. Today's my... I guess I could just work out tomorrow. I could do it right now. Maybe I do that now, actually. I still need to read so many of the patch notes, too. I think I'm missing, like, 12 of the DPS specs. I did read most of the changes, though. And by most, I mean, like, half. I read, like, half of the changes, so we're back. In Australia too? Oh, okay. These guys are getting mowed down by BMDK. Oh my god. What did you? Ah. Are you a donut? Nice. Song Willie again. I'm literally eating a donut. Ugh. Watching you. Their team name is Gators Back. Bobs, did I have a purge? I'm surprised they're not playing Void Weaver. Hardcore's the best? I think I had enough hardcore. Got Bubble. Saul's got no CDs, though. They have Commune. There it is. Commune. Okay. Like, I don't mind hardcore, but I think I've already played a bunch of it with that last OnlyFans push, you know? Like, I literally feel like I just finished playing hardcore, like, last week. Damn. I think down. So I think this is 2-0 for them, right? Let's see. Let's check the bracket. Z rated one. Okay. Which team was Z rated? Wasn't that JWall's team in them? Yep. Nice. JWall and the Zozo. Good shit for them. Okay, 3-2. So that's upper bracket. F tier and wage gap we're still waiting on. Jung went up, of course, 3-2. And then lower bracket. So confused. Oh, there we go. Oh, Direwolves is here. So Direwolves is waiting on once or twice. And then they're against Meow Mixin. All right. All right. I think it's time, people. We saw what we want to see. We saw what we wanted to see. Is Ven streaming still? Sweet. I'm a host, Ven. We're hitting Ven with the host. Washed. I'm going to work out, man. 7:30. I need to work out. I can't skip. If I skip today, then I'm going to just not do it. Or I'm just going to... It's just the downfall. It's the downfall. If I skip today, it's the downfall, bro. All right. Ladies, gents, furries, whatever you're into, I appreciate you all being here and hanging out and having fun and having a good time. I'm out of here. It's been a great time. Yeah, they lost that Void Weaver, bro. That Void Weaver. Yeah, we got to see a lot of the games. So got to see a lot of the games. That was a lot of fun. Got to see Wiz do well. And now Wiz is in the top 6 position, which is awesome. So definitely excited to see him play on Saturday. And yeah, so far, I'd say it was a good day. Also, we read a lot of the changes. We got 5.5 hours in, 5:45. I read the changes all day. Still have more to read. Jung is top 6, right? They're top 6. Midnight looks sick, dude. And I hate that I'm letting myself get excited because it opens yourself up to being disappointed. But fuck it. I'm going to be excited. And I'm going to keep reading the changes. And I'm going to try to give some solid feedback and constructive criticism on what I like and what I don't like. And yeah. We'll see how midnight goes. Yeah, I'm out. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Have a good rest of your night. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm going to host Ben as well.